On the financial side, the Ukraine facility, together with the extraordinary revenue accelerations loan package by the G7, goes a long way to provide financing needs of Ukraine for this year, and the EU has already disbursed the first 3 billion euros earlier this month. However, it's important to ensure also necessary military deliveries to Ukraine so that it can defend itself in the face of Russian aggression. We will also be discussing the state of play of implementation of Recovery and Resilience Facility, where last year we passed over the 300 billion euros line in terms of disbursements to the member states. And we'll be discussing the simplification agenda, where the European Commission is currently working on the so-called omnibus proposal, the first concrete proposal in the area of simplification. And fiscal situation in member states and adoption of also member states' medium-term fiscal structural plans, notably expect adoption of the adjusted plans from France, where we welcome the fact that it takes the same level of ambition in terms of overall fiscal adjustment, limiting net expenditure growth to on average 1.1% over the 7 years period, and correcting the excessive deficit by 2029. Thank you.
Have you heard yesterday inauguration speech of Donald Trump, and do you happy what he said in terms of EU-USA relationship?
Well, it's worth noting that EU and US are strategic partners, and it's very important that we work together as Western democracies, especially in a situation where autocratic regimes are increasingly challenging the rules-based international order. And it is with this approach that we are also starting our engagement with the new Trump administration. Thank you.
Morning.
Morning. You know how to pack a room, David.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Eisen. I'm the host at CNBC, and it is my honor and privilege to speak to David Beckham today, who is the winner of the Crystal Awards. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Here
much.
at the World Economic Forum. This is his first Davos, so he's finding it a lot of fun. We know you had the ceremony yesterday. Before we get going, though, we do have a quick video that was prepared in your honor to help set the stage. Let's take a look.
This is the sort of work I want to do. This is what I want to be involved in.
I look young. When I joined UNICEF as a Goodwill Ambassador in 2005, I could never have imagined the journey I would take with this incredible organisation. When visiting countries all over the world, I've seen firsthand how UNICEF is making a real difference in children's lives and in their communities. I've listened to young people talk about the challenges they face and their dreams for the future. Children have the power of hope, to be free from violence, to receive a good education, for girls to be treated as equals alongside boys. Every child has the right to dream, and with the right support and opportunities, children can be empowered to shape their own lives. A lot has changed in the past 20 years, but one thing stays true. Every child should have the power to dream. So now, and 20 years from now, we must all do what we can to help children fulfill their dreams.
I first met David with his business partner and best friend Jamie Salter, who is here at Authentic Brands. And we'll talk about David Beckham, the businessman, David Beckham, the family man. But we're here really to talk about David Beckham, the philanthropist. And you've really showed us that through the power of sport, you can do good. This UNICEF relationship goes back a long time. How did you get involved with them?
Well, it does. Firstly, good morning, everyone. I know it's an early morning, and I'm sure a few of you had a late night last night, so thank you for at least being here. I'll do my best to keep you all awake. But, you know, my relationship with UNICEF is the most important work that I do. It's the work that I enjoy most, even though I enjoy all of my work that I do. I never consider it work because it's something that inspires me every single trip that I go on, every child that I meet. But it started a long time ago. When I was actually 17 years old with Manchester United, I was on tour in Thailand, and I was asked to go to a women's centre to see the work that UNICEF do. And it was incredible. And I knew then, even at 17 years old, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be part of. So when I got the call from Kofi Annan to be Goodwill Ambassador, you know, it was quite an emotional moment, because for myself as a footballer from the East End of London, to be able to be part of an organisation like UNICEF that was helping and is helping and always helps young children around the world, you know, I was very privileged with that. So it's been long-standing. I've seen and met some incredible children over that time. But, you know, the issues and situations continue every single day, and I will continue to fight for children's rights until I can fight no more.
Well, I think we saw in the video, you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk, you travel, you get out there. What are some of the most memorable experiences for you?
You know, every trip that I go on is a memorable experience. Good, bad. Every child that I meet has a different situation and a different worry and different dreams and different hopes. You know, the first time that I sat down with UNICEF, I said, okay, take me to a place that is the worst and needs the biggest help. And the first trip that we went on was Sierra Leone, and it was just after the conflict, and that was a long time ago. And I met some incredible children, and I always tell the story that whenever I meet these children, you know, obviously I'm very lucky to have 4 amazing children.
Minutes.
President, colleagues, the European Union is trying to teach the whole world a lesson about democracy, but itself is hardly a good example when it comes to censorship. With the Digital Services Act, we're trying to work against disinformation and hate speech, but we're not listening to the democratic claims of our citizens. When Elon Musk spoke to the AFT, the EU employed 150 civil servants to see whether or not this should be allowed. But what about Thierry Breton? There, the opposite occurred. When we saw the results of the elections in Germany, he said that we would have to look at the Digital Service Act to see whether or not this would be allowed. The same is happening in Romania. So what happens is with this disinformation, what they mean by disinformation is that somebody else has another opinion. And this just means that the left wants to stay in power and that they don't like hearing opinions that they disagree with. Freedom of expression is a fundamental right in the European Union, and we should not give that up. Thank you.
Hold on. Hold on. Mr. Van den Drische, there's a blue card for you. Would you like to come back for it? Stakis. Mr. Stakis.
So my question was what more American and Chinese platforms should do to continue to undermine democracy in Europe. Should they eliminate fact-checking entirely, or promote hate speech more aggressively, or maybe interfere more bluntly in our elections, or design algorithms that expose our children on harmful content? Perhaps Elon Musk, who allegedly gave Nazi salute twice yesterday, can convince you that it's time for strong and decisive action to stop these unhinged tech oligarchs. Thank you, sir.
Well, it might surprise you, colleague, but truth should be protected. There is truth and there is lies. When you talk about the influence of in elections through external players or techno platforms, we have to say, let 1,000 flowers bloom, as Mao would have said. I just think that we have to trust in our citizens' opinions. Everyone should be able to free to give their opinion. Everyone has the right to hear different opinions as well. Shadow banning, that's what you're doing. You're trying to prevent people from hearing messages that they might otherwise not hear, and I don't think we should be doing that. Thank you.
1 minute.
Szanowni Państwo, kiedy Was słucham, to nie mam wątpliwości.
Clearly, democracy and freedom of speech in Europe are under threat, but not for the reasons the left are giving. You want to play Big Brother. You want to play the censor who will decide what is the truth and what isn't. What we're talking about here is how you want to introduce preventive censorship that we had in Eastern Europe in the communist era. Now, apparently, you don't want people to be able to decide on the basis of facts what isn't truth. Today, we're talking about the need for free social media, free of censorship and free of your solutions. You think you know better what is the truth, but the citizens can tell what is the truth as long as you let them.
Can you take a blue card, please? From Ms. Gregorova.
Yes, thank you. I feel really strange hearing all of this from especially this side, so you will be the one to take my question about it. I feel like you did not read really the essay which we are discussing today, because you talk about censorship. Can you explain how legislation which makes the influence of a few chosen ones on our minds and life transparent, how is censoring anyone? The only ones who need to be a little bit more upfront and open, so more transparent, are the big owners of the big tech, such as Mr. Musk. So can you tell me why Mr. Musk's freedom of speech, so-called, on a platform which he owns, is more important to you than what your citizens and what your voters know? Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dziękuję za to pytanie i ono jest bardzo trafne.
Thank you. Thank you for that interesting question. Let me explain what I'm afraid of. The European Commission has not revealed any information about what it did in relation to preventive censorship of X. I've asked them twice, and the Commission doesn't want to answer me, and I really want them to answer me. Secondly, the DSA in the hands of this European Commission is going to be a kind of preventive censorship, because you want to decide what is bad content and what is good content.
1 minute.
Ja, dass wir Meinungsfreiheit haben, merkt man. Well, we can certainly observe freedom of expression here, even if the interventions are somewhat fact-free. The DSA is not a tool of censorship. It is a tool to implement our legislation, to stop illegal online content and stop the influence of autocratic regimes and those who want to undermine our democracy. So it is unacceptable when the new US Vice President makes the statements he does and does not want to stick to the legislation. Trump's presidency shows how weak we are, but rather than look across there, we should look at our own situation. We see growth coming from China and the US, but we are there for regulation. So we need to ensure our interests prevail, but we also need to be somewhat pragmatic. We need to strengthen our economy. Thank you.
From Mr. Sell.
Yeah, sure.
Vielen Dank, Frau Hahn, dass Sie die Frage zulassen.
Thank you very much for allowing the question. Now, this is from the Charter of the EU Fundamental Rights. Each person has the right to freedom of expression. So that is the freedom to share information and ideas beyond state borders and without any government interference. So that is from the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. It is about our freedom of expression. That's a very important criteria for our democracy. So I am surprised that you, as part of a liberal party, would take the floor and speak in favor of censorship and restricting freedom of expression that goes against the values of the EU. Perhaps you should be in the left or the green group. Gerade in Deutschland hat der DSA DSA has had an impact in Germany too. It has strengthened the freedom of expression. You can see that yourself. You can spout all kinds of nonsense because it's protected by freedom of expression. What we're talking about is illegal content which we do not want to see in our society. Thank you.
I give the floor next to Diana Ribaihiner, 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. You're not likely to hear my speech today in plenary on a social platform. And that shows the power that these platforms have and the power held by their algorithms on our day-to-day life. They have the ability to influence, to decide what you see, what you read, what you buy, perhaps, what you think, and how you vote. That is their business model. They keep us stuck to our screens with a formula that mixes disinformation, racist speech, anti-women's speech, and very reactionary discourse. These algorithms bombard us with content that seem to be taken from a fascist manifesto. This is how they fill the pockets of the big technology companies and undermine our democratic values. And behind them, you have the Tech Bro Club, who yesterday was sitting to Trump's right, using Nazi salutes without any concerns, and was openly supporting anti-European, anti-democratic political forces. We have to act strongly and have a clear message. Including here for the far right who are talking about censorship. In the EU, we have clear rules that must be respected. Anyone who undermines our democracy should have to face the consequences of that. We need to demand compliance with the DSA. This requires transparency and responsibility from the platforms. And this is fundamental if we are going to face up to this wave of populist and reactionary policy that is undermining all democratic safeguards. Thank you.
From Mr. Jungbluth, your colleague. He's from number 613. I give the floor next to Leila Shaibi, 1.5 minutes.
Il était une fois un milliardaire de la Silicon Valley.
There was a billionaire from Silicon Valley, a megalomaniac who decided to buy a very powerful social media network to build his propaganda. He wasn't elected by anybody, but he has a lot of political weight. After influencing the US elections, he's now attacking EU elections. Under the cover of freedom of expression, he is simply trying to push others to think the same as him. He is supporting the AfD candidate and attacking the British Prime Minister. How does the EU Commission react to this with a small press communique saying that our democratic values are fundamental? It is the lamb trying to fight the wolf, but the lamb isn't even trying to fight back. Commissioner McGrath, Commissioner Verkunen, what are you waiting for? To be devoured whole, you have to react. You need to impose transparency on X's algorithms, as the DSA allows you to do. And if they do not, then you should ban X for interference on our continent. It is high time to have a public European social network. The EU should not simply be an open bar for Musk and his buddies. If they want to be here on our continent, they need to respect our rules.
Now, Christina Anderson, 1 minute.
Thank you. Sie wollen also die Demokratie schützen.
So you want to protect democracy, and you think you can do that by regulating freedom of expression. The DSA, though, does not protect democracy. It is a desperate attempt to control opinion and to make sure that your disinformation remains unchallenged. Facebook, Google, X have had enough of fact-checking. They don't want to censor their platforms at the behest of governments, and you hyperventilate. That is an expression of what you're most afraid of, genuine freedom of expression. You are terrified of freedom of expression. You are worried that your power will be toppled. However, freedom of expression is a prerequisite for democracy, and so this appalling DSA must go. The emperor's fine new clothes only exist in places where there is no freedom of expression. With freedom of expression, the emperor is naked, just as you all are.
Like to take it? It's from Mr. João Oliveira. So, let's give the floor now to Fidias Panayotou. 1 minute.
Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, recently accused the European Union of institutionalizing censorship. Similar comments has also been made in the past by the owner of Platform X, Elon Musk. Dear friends, If these accusations are true, then we will have a problem, as millions of posts are being censored across Europe under the label of misinformation might be certainly unfair. Many times in the past, posts that were labeled as misinformation finally have turned out to be factually correct. We cannot have a proper democracy if we censor only one side of the story. According to Mark Zuckerberg, this happened with the US government during the COVID pandemic, as they forced Meta to censor things that were factually correct. The accusations of Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are very serious, and I believe we should take them into consideration. That's why I propose to invite them here to come in the European Parliament for a deep discussion on how we should moderate content.
Thank you, Mr. Panayotou. You have a blue card. Mr. Lagodinsky, will you take it? Yes. Good. Sergey. Wait. 134, yeah.
Is it correct that you were able to end up as a colleague here because of your activities on social media during the election campaign, on TikTok and many other social media? Isn't it true that you haven't been censored? You are here. You have been awarded with a mandate by this European Union with the freedoms that we have. So what are other proofs that your activity has been censored?
Go ahead, Phidias.
Well, I'm not saying that everything is being censored. I'm just saying there are things that have been censored in the past, and it's proven in the US that the government was interfering to censor stuff. So we need to have a proper discussion and understand what is censored in Europe, because this accusation from these people that own these platforms that we institutionalize censorship are very important.
All right, Mr. Panayotou, thank you. Let's move now to Mr. Axel Voss, 1.5 minutes.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Vice President, it is clear that social media has influence on our legislation, our way of thinking, our behavior. If you remember the Arab Spring in 2010, 2011, we thought social media was going to bring transparency, democracy. 10, 15 years later, we have our backs against the wall, and now we are having to defend our democracies. Interference in elections is clear. The US, in Romania, maybe also in Germany. Now, it's all very regrettable, but we actually have to act. All of these social media platforms do not have the same intentions. We need to, first of all, acknowledge that freedom of expression isn't a fundamental right above all others. It is not without its limitations. It is equal, as it is in Germany, to other fundamental rights, and it needs to be in compliance with other rights. We need to tackle misinformation, disinformation. That does not fall under freedom of expression, anything that is criminal. So if this isn't fully covered by the DSA, this needs to be updated. The DSA is quite robust, but we need to also look at fact-checking and possible abuses. We need to look at algorithms as well. And why don't we have our own type of media? Thank you.
Boss, next is Anna Caterina Mendes, 1.5 minutes.
Colleagues, this is a war where blood is not being lost, but democracy is. We're seeing regular attacks against freedom of against individual freedoms under the false flag of freedom of expression. We have to ask that the European Commission should ask and ends its silence. We opened an inquiry, but there needs to be consequences for all of this. What are we talking about here? We're talking about these oligarchs' objectives, the owners of these platforms who, once again yesterday, as we heard from Elon Musk, their objectives are very clear. They're trying to sow division, take over our institutions, and sow the seeds of false information. Colleagues, here, we can't respond on a case-by-case. After this plenary debate, we have to be stronger in strengthening our democracy and demand that the Commission acts to be sure that the European Union's values are protected. To ensure that after 75 years, these values are strong and that we defend our democracy. Thank you.
Take it from Mr. Oliveira. Go ahead.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Deputada, o espaço...
President, Madam Deputy, the media and communications is too important a space when it comes to proper functioning for democracy. Are we talking about ensuring that democracy can work properly? One of the measures on the table is about looking at content. So my question is as follows. Does disinformation come from lack of information because there isn't proper education in the media? Here, hate can grow in the dark. We have to foster citizens' critical thinking and their ability to ensure that they have the proper level of teaching and education about this. What's your opinion on that? Thank you, Mr. João Oliveira. I agree with you. Today, we have to ensure that we deepen our democracy, and I have no doubt that the best way of doing that, as we've heard, there's no better tool for democracy than in education, in citizenship and our values. However, we shouldn't forget about the legal tools that already exist in the EU that we have available to fight disinformation, lies, manipulation and interference in our democracy.
Now it's Kamila Gasiuk-Pihowicz, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Freedom of expression is not the same as spreading lies on the internet with impunity. Freedom of expression does not mean disinformation. You cannot take people's right of vote away from them and interfere in democratic elections. This year, 30 million Poles are going to vote for their president. The decision has to stay in the hands of Poles and not with ex-TikTok and Meta. We've had totalitarianism and dictatorship before. And that's why we can't allow Musk, who supports Germany's right-wing extremists who think Poland caused the Second World War, to push us into a new axis of evil through his algorithms. We fought for free elections. We know what censorship is. We don't want it back. We cannot tolerate widespread lies and disinformation on social media. Mr. Zuckerberg has ended cooperation with independent fact-checkers in the USA. That is an incentive to those who want to spread violence and hate. Those who practice it must know that they will not be allowed to do so. We will not allow it. Vice President Virkkunen, I'm sure, will fully implement the Digital Services Act and make clear that those who do business in Europe have to respect our principles and values. European democracy is not for sale.
You have a blue card. You have a blue card. Will you take it, Mr. Boshansky? All right. Now, next is Christel Schaldemose. Vice President, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Dear colleagues, the DSA is a very good law. I know it because I negotiated it on behalf of the European Parliament. In that law, we have found the right balances between, at one hand, we have extremely big freedom of speech, but on the other hand, we also have some responsibilities. The platforms, they need to take responsibility for their algorithms. And if there is a systemic risk against democracy, then they have to risk mitigate. But we are in fact not saying how they should risk mitigate. It's up to the platforms, but they have to risk mitigate. So what we need now is that the EU Commission start looking into what is happening on the platforms. And therefore, I was very happy to hear you, Ms. Virkkunen, today, telling us that you have started trying to enforce the law, because I think that we really need to see some results. I am fed up with the side that's saying that we don't have freedom of expression. We have never, ever in the history of the Western countries had a chance to speak so freely as we can now. But what we need to avoid is foreign interference into our elections. We need to make sure that we have a balance in place so people are not bullied, and we need to make sure that kids are not seeing murder, suicide, self-injuries, etc. And that's why the DSA is a good law, but it's not better than the way it is enforced. So I really encourage the Commission to come up, speed up the process, so that we can show people that we have a good law and it can be safe and good and free to be online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hold on. We have a blue card. Will you take it? From Mr. Jungbluth. 613. Bitte.
Vielen Dank. Sie haben gerade gesagt, dass die Meinungsfreiheit.
Thank you. You said there's never been as much freedom of expression as now. Do you know what's happened in Germany? In Germany, if you call a German minister hopeless, you have to expect the police will knock on the door and search your house. The slightest criticism of politicians in Germany leads to this. So how can you say that freedom of expression has never been so good?
It is possible for everyone in Europe to speak freely, and it has never ever been easier to express your own points of views online, on social media. And if somebody is taken down, it's not because of the European laws or German laws, it's because the way, for instance, Facebook has decided to have their community standards. It has never ever in the history been easier to say what you want, come out to so many people with such a small effort. That's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Mr. Dometer.
Thank you very much, President. We should talk about specifics. Mark Zuckerberg has confessed. It's a proven fact that Facebook did censorship for political reasons under pressure from the Democratic administration. The dirty work was done by fact-checkers. The pretext was the fight against fake news. The Patriots Group initiated a separate debate on this, but the EPP Liberal coalition blocked it. They blocked it because they are the very beneficiaries of this censorship. How absurd that in America the fact-checkers are being chased away, but in Europe they continue to operate. In fact, they are putting the possibility of censorship into further legislation on the grounds of combating pseudo-news, of course, or fake news. Incidentally, in many places in Europe, fact-checking is carried out by organizations that are supported by American left-wing circles, and the European Commission is getting involved in the funding. Why? They are not just censoring politicians, they are censoring voters, tens of millions of people who do not want immigration, who are fed up with ideological madness and who want Europe to stand on its own feet. The election results are clear. Wherever censorship may be sneaking in, this voice can no longer be silenced.
Yes, please.
Recent, într-un interviu, Thierry Breton a...
In an interview recently, Thierry Breton said, what we did in Romania we'll have to do in Germany if necessary. The DSA is not really about protecting consumers. It's a totalitarian measure to impose censorship. The DSA clearly has a hidden agenda to interfere in elections and endanger democracy. The DSA is a totalitarian measure that should be done away with through the courts. The people of Europe reject this new feudalism.
Yes, I mean, in Romania, there was a problem that with the elections, that your secret, the Romanian Secret Service highlighted, and that was that TikTok had labeled all competitors for the election as political content, and therefore was suppressing that content, was keeping people from seeing that content in great numbers. While there was one candidate, the far-right content, that TikTok had decided not to label as political content, and therefore it could flood everybody's timelines. So you know that TikTok is a Chinese company. Do you think it's correct that a Chinese company that reports to the Chinese government decides which kind of political content the citizens of Romania can see? Is that freedom of speech for you? Foreign Chinese influence. Thank you very much.
Bun, nu sunt absolut deloc un fan.
Very well. As far as I'm concerned, you could ban TikTok in Europe tomorrow. But there is no evidence of interference by a state actor. There are just some information notes, some memos. There is no actual proof. I don't think you read the Romanian press. There's a Romanian party in power that was behind the interference.
La libre communication des pensées et des opinions est...
Freedom of expression is one of our most valuable rights. All citizens can speak and write freely, apart from abuses of this freedom of expression, which are determined by the law. We have this already in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and now in the DSA, those are held accountable who abuse this right. Europe is a land of freedoms, but it's not the Wild West where everyone can do what they want. We cannot simply throw democracy to the side or to manipulate the truth. If we listen to what Anna Arendt said in the last century, it is not about making people believe a lie. It is very important that the people can distinguish the truth from lies. Otherwise, you cannot distinguish good from evil. And with such a people, you can do anything. We have rules and they need to be applied, whether it's TikTok, Meta or X. It's the same for everybody, even the richest man in the world. Freedom of expression is sacred in Europe, and so we will not confuse that with the right to hate speech or manipulation.
Hello? My question is, where do you draw the line between disinformation and truth? And who is about to judge? Thank you. I love you.
Dear Fidias, my question goes to you. A lie is when you go on a mission, observation of election in Georgia. You see massive frauds, you see a rigged election, and then you rush to your favorite social media to say that everything was okay and that this election was perfect. This is precisely what you did, and you were even able to do it because there is freedom of expression in Europe. But this is pure manipulation.
So, next is Dora David. 1.5 minutes.
A szólásszabadság alapvető jog.
Freedom of expression is a fundamental right, but let's not confuse it with the potential for false and misleading content to be broadcast and disseminated, which could influence election results. This is why the trend among the giant platforms, most recently Meta, to remove independent fact-checking is worrying, because fact-checking is not censorship. Even Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that there will be less bad stuff to filter out. This could clearly be a systemic risk that the Digital Services Act requires the platform to mitigate effectively. Unfortunately, we have already seen examples in the world of disinformation leading to violence. The removal of fact-checking is particularly worrying in countries where much of the media is controlled and regularly misled by the government. This was the case in Poland, and this is the case in Hungary today. Social media is therefore important and necessary, but removing fact-checkers gives scope for the spread of disinformation and could seriously damage democracy. This will not work in Europe. We have rules. It is now up to the Commission to enforce them. Please do so.
You take it? András László.
Képviselő asszony.
Madam, Mark Zuckerberg admitted recently that on political pressure, Facebook did censorship on the left from the United States and from Europe as well. And during this period, you were a leading lawyer of Facebook. You did know what was going on. So I have two questions. Number one, how did Facebook work censorship? Secondly, how can you identify people and content that was censored? Thank you very much for your questions. You have to ask Meta and not me. And talking about censorship, let's talk about the Hungarian media, because this is something which represents propaganda. Let me give you a few...
Ms. David.
Köszönöm. A cenzúráról beszélünk.
So we are talking about censorship. According to Hungarian figures, in 22 February, 400 cases were lost by Fidesz. And in 2000, 62% of the cases was lost. So there were lies, and they did censorship on the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, President. In this unstable world, we need a strong Europe. We need to stand on our own 2 feet. And that is why, Commissioner Verkunen, I ask you to be loud and clear on enforcing the DSA. Because types like Trump, Putin, Musk thrive if the EU is polarized, divided, and therefore weakened. And we all carry their favorite weapon to influence us in our pockets and stare at it for hours a day. In Romania, we had to redo elections after foreign interference via TikTok. Musk uses his own platform X to promote one of the most extreme parties of Europe. And Zuckerberg is actively promoting his platforms as a place for hate against queers and women. A true free internet is one where not a small bunch of tech oligarchs, but our democratic institutions, and therefore the people, make the rules. Commissioner, make it happen. Stand up for democracy and enforce the DSA.
Thank you very much. Now, Tomislav Sokol, 1 minute.
Poštovana predsjednice,
Madam President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the DSA must be enforced in an unbalanced manner, which means that both tycoons must be punished, which are hiding behind the USA, regardless of pressures from Washington. Otherwise, we are just vassals of the USA. And we have to treat both left and right equally. The fight against fake news should not be censorship, and this is why the decision by Meta to abolish fact-checking is important. But we have to wonder whether behind fact-checking is perhaps hiding censorship. We do not need the Ministry of Truth to tell us who to vote for. This is not the aim of the DSA.
On the other hand, the European Union can decide on which laws to adopt, regardless of any pressures, even those from the USA.
Go ahead. 525. Go ahead. Hold on. 525. Your microphone. Yeah, go ahead.
Valdančiosios daugumos atstovė. Jūs matot, kad visam pasaulyje nėra demokratijos. Tik Europoje yra demokratija. Bet ar jūs...
Thank you. If a democracy didn't exist, if it only existed in Europe, we have an Bolshevik dictatorship in Europe where any offering opinions does not exist. People who say there are only two sexes is judged. Perhaps you can answer how many genders are there, how many sexes are there?
Well, there are two sexes or genders, and this is completely clear. And I have always spoken against gender ideology. This is no secret, and we have to return to normality. We have to return to basic biology, and the rest is just pure ideology, which comes mostly from the left. So if you were thinking that I was going to say something different, you're wrong. So yes, fact-checking, yes, but ideological imposition of one's own opinion, no. Thank you.
Minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Libertad de expresión, sí, pero
Yes to freedom of expression, but freedom to lie or to spout hate towards women or migrants is something we should oppose. We have to raise our voice without double standards and send out a loud and clear message to say that you cannot touch our laws and that our democracy is not for sale. Because we're not between, the fight is not between censorship and freedom. It's between the technocrats, the oligarchs who yesterday who were applauding Trump are using manipulative algorithms to affect our lives with neoconservative discourse. This could be the pandemic of this mandate. We have a law, we have the DSA, but we need to act in three areas. First of all, Mrs. Vakuna.
Big tail that failed to comply with DSA, finishing the formal procedures soon and to impose exemplary sanctions. And to start developing now our technological autonomy, developing digital infrastructure and our own European social media platform. To our citizens, please be responsible and fact-check the information you use and share. And to Musk, Zuckerberg and company, in Europe we have a market of millions of users that provide money to your companies, yes, but we also love protecting our citizens and democracies by making laws. If you don't like it, you can always leave and take it or leave it. You can always take your Nazi salutes and your masculine energy and go back home. Viva Europa, hoy más que nunca. Muchas gracias.
Miss Laura, you have a couple of blue cards. Will you take one of them? Sanders Smith, 671. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to ask you, you once again reiterated false or too early claims that Mr. Musk made a Nazi salute yesterday. Defamation is also one of the rights, the protection against defamation is also one of the rights we have to protect in this House. So I would like you to distance yourself from your accusation that Mr. Musk made a Nazi salute. Let's await his explanation first before these left-wing groups make false accusations against a member of the US government. Let's lower the tone of the voice.
Ms. Ballarin, go ahead.
Bueno, una cabra es una cabra por mucho que lo niegue, señor.
Regardless of what you might say, we have to call a spade a spade. What we saw yesterday looked very similar to a Nazi salute. I can't say if it was or not, but what I would ask this chamber is that you react as quickly as possible to ensure that history does not repeat itself and that we are able to defend our democracy. Thank you.
The floor next to Elizabeth Deringer, 1 minute.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, geschätzte Kollegen.
Madam President, colleagues, and in particular, I salute people who can form their own opinion, because the Digital Services Act is a worrying intervention in our freedom. Our freedom of expression is under threat. It is alarming that the DSA is to be strengthened, apparently in order to silence dissenting voices. Platforms are supposed to block content. This is nothing other than censorship. We don't want the EU to decide what we can see or read on the internet. The freedom of information is the very foundation of democracy. Let's fight together for a free internet. We don't need this kind of regulation.
Do you want a blue card? Will you answer from Mr. Oliveira? Go ahead. Sure.
Just a moment, please.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Deputada.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'll wait, Ms. Deeringer. The extreme right say that those who control the media market should be able to use their power as much as they want, to leave everything to the market. And they say anything else is an attack on democracy. You can defend all that, but you can't say it's democracy.
Die Frage fehlt mir jetzt, um eine Antwort.
I'd like to answer, but I didn't get the question. You are an example of someone who is afraid of freedom of expression, and that means I stick with my opinion.
Tsiodras, 1 minute.
Κυρία Πρόεδρε, κυρία Επίτροπε, αγαπητοί...
Dear Chair, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, the platforms and the social media are not just a simple medium of communication as we believed at the beginning of this century. They are now trying to move into our democratic processes and influence them. And we have powerful financial people that are trying to influence the public opinion in a lot of countries, and they're trying to keep people glued to their screens through their algorithms. But this power comes with great responsibility. Especially the big platforms need to do more about their algorithms, and they need to counter disinformation as well as the fact that these algorithms are being used by third states. So the effective application of the DSA is what we have to do now, so that these platforms and the way they operate will be according to the European rules and values. Thank you very much.
Do you accept it? Yeah, please, Mr. Jungblut.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Now, you talk about how important fact-checking is so that we can maintain our democracy. In Germany, we have a corrective network that is responsible for fact-checking. And they lost a legal case against my party because actually they had lied and supported disinformation. So what is the situation where you have fact-checkers that actually are left-wing liars and using this as an excuse, saying that they're protecting democracy?
I don't know what exactly it is you are proposing. I mean, regardless, of course, anyone can express their opinion, but can they freely talk about data without any kind of fact-checking? And how can someone know what is true when he's on a platform? So there's a difference between opinion, and of course that is something that is an EU rule, and Disinformation is something totally different.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Frau Sippel. Bitte, Frau Sippel. Für 1 Minute 30.
Mrs. Sippel for 1 minute 30.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Digital platforms, we see a dangerous alliance here between the these tech platforms and imperialists whose strength continues to grow. How open and pluralistic can a society be when we have these one-sided opinions and falsehoods which are spread? There is discrimination, hatred, threats of violence. We have these echo chambers which avoid pluralistic opinions. People do not reflect on their beliefs. This is something which particularly affects young people. People are constantly checking likes on social media, and this has psychologically damaging effects. There is constant tracking and profiling, which affects communication. It is for the profit of the few. It is time to end personalized advertising. The communication needs to act when it comes to the DSC, the AI, the GDPR. It needs to protect our privacy. It needs to be properly implemented. We are in favor of democracy and competitiveness, but we are against hate speech and exclusion. And those people who do not respect that have no room here in the EU. Thank you.
Is a blue card from Mr. Zell? No. Then we come to the next speaker. It's Cavadagna, please. Stefano Cavadagna, for 1 minute.
Grazie, President.
Thank you, President. Here this morning in the chamber, I've seen that there has been an electoral turnover and with Donald Trump, and the only European leader who was present at the inauguration was Giorgia Meloni. But you can't say that, if you win, then democracy has flourished, and if the right wins, then democracy is in ruins. We have a commission who is looking at stopping interference from foreign states, which can be dangerous, and we all agree on that. But what we can't have is that freedom of expression is limited to only some people. The DSA was born with the desire to protect rights of minorities and of individuals, not to gag anyone who you don't like.
The next speaker is Irina Joveva for 1 minute, please.
Colleagues, I stand here astounded that we've reached a point where we must debate the enforcement of our own laws. The DSA is not an optional guideline, okay? It carries the full weight of democratic legitimacy, crafted with care to balance all interests and overwhelmingly supported here in this House and by the Council. Where lies our sovereignty if the enforcement of our legislation hinges on the decisions of foreign tech giants? They cannot pick and choose compliance based on convenience or leverage their governments to pressure us. Let me get this straight. The DSA does not oppose free speech. It protects it. Just like other EU laws, it ensures free speech thrives within the bounds of legality, because there are illegal acts that we, I hope, all recognize, child pornography, terrorist content, copyright infringements, and hate speech inciting violence. These are lines drawn by society applicable to everyone, regardless of faith or creed. And to those spreading disinformation about alleged EU censorships, I say this: take a big step back and you will still be able to legally lie and spread disinformation, but be aware that today's lie for political gain may be tomorrow's tragedy.
The next speaker, oh no, we have a blue card from Mr. Panayiotou. Do you accept it? Okay.
Hello. I will keep answering this. I will keep saying the same thing here, and please answer me with not a personal attack this time, but with an answer. Where do you draw the line on misinformation and truth, and who is judging? Thank you. I love you all.
Okay, thank you. I didn't do a personal attack just for, a report on you or on anyone else. I think that we need informed people for democratic society to function. And disinformation can only be destroyed by those who know how to distinguish it from the truth. And when the people will be informed properly and not trust manipulators, then we will be on our way to know also how to distinguish those things.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Botenga, please, for 1 minute and 30.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commission, Council. Today, the main problem is that a handful of billionaires control our information. It was already the case with traditional media, and now it's the case for social media. We can see the consequences clearly. For every post from one of my friends, there's 3 ads, suggestions to influence us, to manipulate us. The same with manipulated information that I see on Musk's social media network. So let's not talk about freedom of expression. When I talk about Palestine and they're not happy with it, then that's censorship too. We see manipulation of the ultra-rich. They do not want us to see how they act, how they avoid taxes while workers have paid a pittance. They steal from us, they make us sink lower, they make life harder for those already struggling. These algorithms manipulate us. These billionaires want to influence us. They want to buy elections when and where they can. This is the consequences of a liberal model which you imposed upon us. It's not just a few fines or this issue of censorship that's going to solve the problem. Democracy is a question of power. We are talking about property here. The internet was a breath of fresh air before it became the purview of just a few monopolies. It was meant to be something democratic, cooperative, collaborative. We need to take back control of our information. We need to have this European public initiative that is transparent and democratic. We need to free ourselves from these billionaires. Thank you.
Die großen Social-Media-Plattformen beenden endlich.
The big social media platforms are finally giving up censorship, and even Mark Zuckerberg is admitting that disinformation about that legitimate opinion about COVID-19 was repressed. Remember when Bill Gates and George Soros invested in the media, and where were you then? Germany has the most expensive media in the EU, and it's far from neutral, given that who it gives access and who it doesn't. The Digital Service Act is an attack on democracy. And when EU officials are monitoring our candidate for Chancellor, but there's nobody to guard the borders, then everything is wrong and the DSA should be abolished.
Ja. Von Mr. Gonsalves. Akzeptieren
Ja.
Sie die? Ja. Mr. Gonsalves, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Member, I've seen your posts on the internet, And you seem someone that is often speaking about freedom. You are very worried about freedom. You are worried about the content that is being lectured in schools. When it comes to gender, you are worried about sexual and reproductive rights. You are worried about lecturing social rights in school. But you are not very worried when it comes to the internet or to the algorithm spreading lies to our children. So my question is very simple. Are you worried about science, or are you much more worried about the lies that are being spread by the algorithms that you protect on X and on Meta? Thank you.
Also vielleicht noch mal an den Kollegen.
I'm not afraid of science. I believe in data and facts, but I'm afraid of an EU which pays out money to media which has a single political opinion. I'm here because I want to fight for democracy and freedom in my country.
Kalinak, for 1 minute, please.
Vážení kolegovia,
Colleagues, it's extraordinary to see how many of you are Democrats as long as you control information. You weren't worried about rich people buying up the media as long as they were your progressive globalist philanthropists. You didn't mind influences in the media, but now you have a problem with Elon Musk. And Thierry Breton is saying that they're going to cancel the results of the German elections, just as they did in Romania. Where were you in 2014 when Soros was financing progressive Euro-federalists? You can spend hours pretending that the DSA is for people's safety, but it's actually for you to take control of social media, and that has nothing to do with democracy.
Do you accept it? No blue card. The next speaker is Magdalena Adamovic, please, for 1 minute.
Internet miał być oazą wolności słowa i dostępu do informacji.
The internet was supposed to be an oasis of freedom of expression and access to information without a hidden agenda. But the platform owners realized what a powerful tool it was. And now 3 people control the flow of information, the heads of X, Meta, and TikTok. In one fell swoop, they can introduce censorship. In one fell swoop, they can give free rein to the most awful content. Those 3 global oligarchs and their secret algorithms control what billions of people see. This isn't... the oligarchs thrive on chaos, and they try to fight the rule of law. Democracy must defend itself and bring their egos down. The world should be run by democratically elected people and not global oligarchs who think themselves above the law.
The next speaker is Raphael Glucksmann for 1 minute, and I want to say that those who have already had a blue card question should not ask another one, so that others also have the chance to ask a blue card.
Merci.
Please, Mr. Glucksmann.
Madame la
Thank you. Vice President, colleagues. Europe is not a Chinese colony, and it will never be the 51st American state. If you want to operate in the EU, then you have to respect our laws. It's clear, it's simple. The Digital Services Act was adopted here in this chamber by a huge majority of members and by unanimity in the Council. But what is the point of having laws, as nice as they may be, if we don't have the courage to implement them? For weeks now, since the incessant interference from Musk in the UK, in Europe, all over, what are we doing? Here, there is a majority saying to the Commission, don't be afraid, publish the results of your inquiries into X and TikTok. Sanction those who violate our laws, regardless of how powerful they may be. We can't give in to power from the United States or from some European governments who have a similar attitude. We can't submit here. We have to stand firm, and that's how we will be respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Zala Tomasic.
There are many disinformation circling about DSA. DSA does not stipulate what is an illegal content, and this remains in the primary competence of member states. DSA is mostly related to the harmonization of our digital market. Of course, statements about political censorship should be taken seriously. However, we can also see for ourselves that certain contents are favorized in social media. The European Commission must prevent such abuse and such political fighting, especially at national levels. Censorship and political favoritism are contrary to the European legislation and contrary to the DSA. Digital age by itself brings along a lot of novelty. Interference in elections is not something new. This has been present for several decades. What is new is just how easily things are done, how easily people can interfere in elections, and this is unacceptable. In many countries, in Slovenia too, we fought for democracy and fair elections. We will not, of course, yield from that, not even in a digital age. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sebastian Kreuz für eine Minute.
Ja, dank voorzitter. Ja, links is...
Thank you, President. The left is losing. Power is slipping from their hands. And the same goes for their mouthpiece, the traditional media. That's why they're panicking. And that's why, for the third time in 3 months today, we're having the same debate. For years, people like Bill Gates and George Soros have influenced politics in Europe and beyond. No one's ever said anything about that. But now people with a different opinion are being heard on social media. And here everyone is up in arms because you say that Musk is wrong, so is Donald Trump, so is my party, and so is everyone else who isn't in agreement with the left. But the people are waking up at home. Thanks to social media, they're no longer dependent on the left liberal-leaning orchestra of suffering that they see every day on their television screens. That's why the left have had to take new weapons from their arsenal to try to shoot down any unwelcome opinions and to ensure that they inflict their only truth upon people at home. But any restriction on freedom of expression is a restriction on democracy. So that's what I say to the left. Stop stifling our freedom and dismantling our democracy. Censorship is not the solution to your demise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a blue card. Do you accept the blue card, Mrs. van Lanschot? Mr. van Lanschot.
Yes. U heeft het over...
You're talking about censorship, and my question is, have you actually read this legislation? Can you actually list one article where there is any censorship? Because what's set out in this legislation is that anything that is illegal offline should also be illegal online. Have you read it even a little bit?
Ja, ik wacht even het karige applaus af.
I'll just wait for the applause to finish. My point is that what we're talking about here in the Digital Surveillance Act is set out in the law. And the largest Dutch delegation here is the PVV, the Party for Freedom. And we believe that national member states should have more sovereignty. So we want to see more sovereignty for the Netherlands and for all the other European member states. And that's why we don't need to have all of this legislation coming from the European Parliament, which is just going to ensure more censorship and more limitations upon freedom of expression. And I can see that that's upset you.
The next speaker is Adam Bilan.
Niestety, ale słyszeliśmy...
Unfortunately, during this debate, we have heard attempts at diminishing the freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is a fundamental human right. Without being able to express your opinion, there is no democracy. Hence, there was censorship in totalitarian systems. Unlike most of you, I was born in a totalitarian country. I remember how much the communists were afraid of freedom of expression. That is why I listen with horror to the people in Poland's present government and EU officials who want to put people behind bars for what they write on the internet. The DSA was supposed to strengthen the position of citizens in a conflict with platform owners. It was not supposed to censor citizens. I am sure that the people of Europe will not agree with this.
Blue card, do you accept a blue card? Blue card, do you accept a blue card? Yes, then Mr. Juve from S&D.
Okay. Vous parlez de liberté d'expression et
You talk about freedom of expression and censorship, but talking about conspiracy theories as Musk did on his Twitter account, sharing false press articles constantly, saying without any proof that the media is spreading propaganda, putting out artificially intelligence-created videos to discredit candidates, as Musk did during the American presidential campaign, accusing the British Prime Minister of covering up child rapes, even though it is untrue. Is that what you mean by freedom of expression, or your freedom to lie?
Mówię o wprowadzaniu cenzury.
If you have a Digital Affairs Ministry in Poland implementing the DSA, ordering that content on the internet be blocked. That's preventive censorship without the participation of the courts. This is in the Polish legislation. People will be able to appeal to an administrative court, but it's censorship because that content will be banned for months.
Vielleicht kommunizieren.
Perhaps I could just explain the rule for the blue cards again. If you're on the speaking list, you shouldn't be asking for a blue card because you've had the opportunity to express yourself. Secondly, it's a half-minute question and a half-minute answer. Please do stick to that. Now, we've been quite generous so far in this debate. There are still a lot of speakers and 1 hour till the votes. So I think we need to try and respect that and be a bit stricter on the blue cards and to focus on those people who are on the speakers list. Next, Dan Bana.
Eine Minute.
1 minute.
Disinformation and misinformation are more accessible than ever. The Romanian election campaign, 25 Facebook pages displayed 4,100 negative adverts about Elena Lasconi. There were 25 pages, 4,000 adverts, and almost 200 million people saw it. This is the power of a social network. And yet, this is at a time when theoretically there are control mechanisms to block fake news. Now, with Donald Trump and the internet moguls implementing disinformation as public policy, we're in a situation where tech oligarchs are going to control information in the world. The only way to fight this is through the rule of law. We need truth and we need to defend it.
Peter Aquis.
Colleagues, I'm very pleased to see a European Commission who is very active on these giants of internet. But I would like to see a Commission which is proactive. We have heard about the risks, but we need to also focus on opportunities. In Malta, we say that in politics you need to hear the two sides, but these algorithms give you more information than what you already know. They consolidate your thinking, and maybe can they give a variety of opinions? I would also like to emphasize the value of social media as opportunities for many businesses in Europe, which have grown. Activists also have now a community of social media. We can think about security, democracy, but the biggest red line is the citizens' liberty. Thank you.
Nicola Stefanuzza, please, you have the floor for 1 minute.
I listened to some colleagues, and quite frankly, quoting Zuckerberg, quoting Musk in this debate is like quoting the owner of Haribo on the benefits of gummy bears, you know? It's like platformele sociale.
The social platforms promise to connect us, but actually they separate us. Parents in one chamber, children in another, each in their own reality. It's the algorithms that decide what we see, what we think, and how we vote. And they amplify messages until they become viral. Extremism wins when falsehoods become visible and the truth is invisible. We saw that in Romania. We saw how information was manipulated to change the results of the elections. Democracy is in danger, and we here have to defend it. And we can say to Musk that Václav Havel said that truth and love will prevail over lies and hate. Thank you.
Jorge Buxade Villalba.
Con mucho dinero y amenazas son ustedes.
You are the ones who have spent decades imposing your your dogma on universities, on media. Never in the history of Europe have we seen people being cancelled for what they think. And now using social media as a massive tool of censorship, having these fact checkers, having sanctions against Elon Musk for speaking the truth. This is all the proof of your failure. A state cannot deprive its citizens of life. They put forward politics that are incompatible with the West. There are things that would have got you cancelled on social media policies that we have now in the States. Things you are offering poisoned pills to people, but they want bread, they want freedom, they want justice, they want their country. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Buxade, you are saying... Qua. Lei dice che...
You said that the DSA is undermining freedom for our citizens and amounts to citizenship, whereas what we're asking for is that if there is any censorship that has to be done, then it has to be transparent. So we're not talking about censorship, but fact-checking. But these things happen anyway, because we already see that it's platforms who, through their algorithms, decide what we can see, what has to be deleted, what has to be cancelled. Are you okay with the fact that this power is in the hands of the platforms, so a few billionaires, not in the hands of this parliament where you reside? You think this is patriotism?
Cuando los multimillonarios...
when the multimillionaires were working for you, you didn't care whether it was Musk or Bezos or Zuckerberg or any of these. When they were on your side, you didn't care. But now they are fighting for freedom. You are concerned. Do not use the Digital Services Act to impose this censorship that you've already imposed on universities, on colleges, on parliaments. There is a part of this hemicycle that is not represented because you have zero respect for democracy. You are losing. I know it's been a difficult night for a lot of you, but don't worry, there's more to come.
The next speaker is Regina Doherty for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. As Timothy Snyder said, to abandon facts is to abandon freedom. In recent months, we've seen an election in the European Union suspended due to illegal content and manipulation of algorithms. We have US tech billionaires promoting far-right politicians in Europe and talking about taking down democratically elected governments in Europe. And now we see social media platforms reducing their oversight. Next month marks 1 year since we passed the Digital Services Act, and it will be all for nothing if national regulators, including Ireland, my own Commissioner Man, don't have the resources that are needed to make sure that we bring it into full effect. So let's be very clear, this is not about controlling free speech. Instead, it's about ensuring that no voices can be silenced or drowned out by incitement to hatred, deliberate misinformation or manipulation of algorithms. It's about protecting democracy online. It's about making the online space open to everybody, not just the highest bidder. EU regulators need to agree soon, now, not in 2026, on a common approach for age verification to protect our young people. And furthermore, platforms should be banned from making money, profits from criminals by taking ads for people who are purporting crimes. Europe faces vital elections next year, and we need to make sure that we control freedom of speech on all of our platforms.
Please respect the time because we have a lot of speakers. Katharina Barley for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Die Frage.
Thank you, Madam President. The content on the internet is the nature of the content on the internet is vital to our democracy. The right are talking about censorship. There are rules on the internet, but they're devised by American oligarchs and the Chinese government. It's the algorithms that decide who sees what. It's not democratic parliaments. It's not even you. It's the people I mentioned, and they call themselves patriots or nationalists. And American oligarchs, the Chinese government, and the Kremlin, those are the ones that are laying down the law. And if we here as democratic actors, we should be able to say, you cannot spread disinformation. The Kremlin, for example, you cannot spread this around the European internet. That is to protect our citizens, and something that needs to be implemented better by the Commission.
Nein, keine Blue Card.
No blue card.
Anna Berilia.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Service Act is a dangerous intervention in online content. It's censorship. Theoretically, it's supposed to protect users, but in fact, the truth could also be in danger if governments or local authorities decide it's a threat. Moderation mechanisms are arbitrary, and protection from content is being used as an excuse for control. You only need to look at what happened in Romania, where the presidential elections were overturned, and Thierry Breton wants to do the same in Germany. You are building a new Soviet Union in Europe. Are those your EU values?
The next speaker is Maravillas Abad.
Muchas gracias. En un mundo.
Thank you. In a world where digital is difficult to separate from the real world, we have to ensure that we're not vulnerable. As elected members, we have to defend the European pillars, including in the digital world. When it comes to the digital arena, we have to ensure that we can protect our citizens' freedoms and also independence, avoiding algorithmic manipulation. Social medias have to protect freedom of expression for its users without being used by any foreign interference or any type of manipulation. We've seen how the shadow of doubt is being extended to a number of platforms that don't have the necessary level of transparency. That's why we have to demand the proper implementation of the DSA. Defending the European Union's digital sovereignty means defending our democracy and our freedom, as well as rule of law, against foreign powers who would like to bring down our freedoms, because freedom of information and expression are not just compatible with this regulation, but they will actually be strengthened by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sandro Rotolo for 1 minute, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. It's because we love freedom of expression that we believe that Mr. Musk is a danger to democracy, because he represents something new, the techno-populist. He's the richest man in the world. He's in politics. He has a monopoly, and he's questioning liberal policies and the rule of law. We know how important it is to fight against private monopolies to strengthen our democracies. It's not acceptable that through X, Musk can interfere in internal affairs of European Union member states. He's spreading hate, disinformation. The social media giants are using their platforms to fight for the American right and are spreading fake news. So we have to find out as quickly as possible whether X has violated the Digital Services Act. We have to fight for European digital sovereignty. That's the only way that we can defend our democracies. President von der Leyen, Europe cannot give in.
The next speaker on our list is Fernand Kartheiser.
Nous devons défendre la démocratie.
We need to defend democracy and fundamental rights. The European Commission interferes in elections, and on the other hand, there are those that defend the freedom and integrity of elections. The Digital Services Act needs to be reformed fundamentally. The best response to disinformation is not censure of freedom of expression. Michael Schaldenberger, the American professor, recalled this in his recent visit to the European Parliament. President Trump, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are showing us the way forward. In Europe, unfortunately, the worst is still to come. The EU Democracy Shield, a new project from the von der Leyen Commission, will continue to restrict our freedoms. The best shield for democracy will be the one that we put in place to protect citizens from the totalitarian tendencies of the European Commission. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bart Groothuis for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Promoting one political party during an election while suppressing others, or even rolling out the red carpet for Russian disinformation campaigns on a Chinese platform, it reminds Europe of its darkest hours. Yet, it has happened in Romania, yes, and it's happening in Germany. So no doubt what needs to be done, uphold and enforce the law. But if that means that over TikTok, China would limit our access to critical raw materials, or the US would limit its support to NATO, the nature of the game is changing. So then there can be only one response: to create European alternatives for social media platforms. But all of that will be unnecessary. Unnecessary if you, Commissioner, uphold the law and enforce it in the rule-based order we have, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But please act.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gaetano Pedulla.
Onorevoli colleghi,
colleagues, regulating internet platforms through the Digital Service Act is not enough. I've listened to Vice President Virkkunen, and I understand her strategy. But if we really want to take back ownership of our digital arena and manage information, then there's no other alternative but promoting new digital infrastructures, which will be European. That's the only way to fight algorithmic manipulation and protect our freedom of expression. So yes, implementing the DSA is good, sanctioning any fake news, but to ensure proper information and democracy, then we have to urgently encourage pluralism for platforms, as well as pluralism on platforms. Europe has the technological and financial means. But if we don't create our own platforms, then we're going to spend years talking about Musk and Zuckerberg and how these techno-oligarchs are indulging in dangerous manipulation.
Stéphanie Yancourtin, for 1 minute, please.
Merci. Le DSA, oui, est un outil essentiel pour...
The DSA is an essential tool to guarantee that the digital space remains safe. However, it must be strictly enforced. Our rules that the representatives of 450 million citizens have decided and which apply to all platforms which operate on our market, irrespective of their nationality. Whether Musk, Zuckerberg, and the other Trump whisperers like it or not, they want deregulation, they want to threaten Europe. Yes, everyone is free to think and express themselves freely, but a platform which becomes a tool for interference and the spread of hate ceases to be a social network and becomes a political weapon. There has to be a stop to disinformation and polarization. Enforcing the DSA is protecting European values and European sovereignty. It's very important for the European Commission to stay its course and to enforce the law and nothing but the law.
Now the next speaker is Eleonora Meleti for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner. Dear colleagues, in the offline world out there, the freedom of one person ends where another person's freedom begins, because rights, democracy, are protected by laws. In the online universe, however, democracy is under attack in the name of democracy itself by those biased algorithms that give the illusion of free speech, but in reality they aim to manipulate public opinion. They aim at all of us. So we have these biased algorithms that manipulate us and tell us who to vote, what to believe, how to shop, how to live. So we have some people's freedom of speech that are infringing upon some others people's rights. The EU saw the threat early on and adopted the DSA. This is a very promising framework for the protection of all of us. Now we have to convince these platforms to react. We are not a threat. We are not wagging our finger at them. We want safety and democracy and clear digital rights because, my dear colleagues, I'm sorry to say, if they don't follow us, the platforms, then this whole thing will end up like the safety instructions in an airplane. Everyone will nod along, and when the plane is going down, no one will do anything.
Juan López Aguilar.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, Commission, Council. Defamation, propaganda, all of these lies and hate and confrontation. This is not freedom of expression. It's not protected by the Charter of Fundamental Rights. It is the product of algorithms that are in the hand of oligarchs from the ultra right those who are waging war against our fundamental rights. We cannot bow to this. We cannot abdicate our responsibilities when it comes to this legislation. The Commission's job is to enforce our Digital Services Act and the Data Protection Act that offers the highest level of protection in the world. There are fines that need to be imposed on those who violate European rights. We need judges to impose restrictions on these digital magnates running this social media. That's something that Europe can do. We can put in place European social media platforms with transparent algorithms so we can have a worthy public debate with participation of our citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susanna Ceccardi for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The right to express your own thoughts without fear is one of the great ideals of democracy. And Roosevelt, a Democrat, said this. In the last Parliament, myself and the Lega voted against the Digital Services Act. Rather than protecting democracy, the DSA, as drafted, is a key in the hands of European oligarchs. This regulation did not arise to protect citizens, but to control them and censor them. It's those who claim that they are fighting a censorship, but actually want to gag people who speak common sense. Elon Musk is guilty only of having made X a platform that is free from any types of censorship or any type of ideology. And why are you against this new liberty? What we see is that the winds are changing. The dictatorship of the left is falling down across the world, but not in Europe. But Europe risks being subject to this. We now have a new European Soviet Union.
The next speaker is Sunčana Glavak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Vice Presidents, dear colleagues. Today, in Goebbels mode, we've heard several lies, and that is that the DSA allows for censorship. So let me say once again, as a former journalist, the Act on Digital Services is not censorship, but freedom of speech does not mean the freedom of hate speech. I hope that we will all agree on that, both colleagues on the left and on the right. But let me warn against something else. We have to be careful with our words. We cannot speak about illegal hate speech or or hate speech which is against the law. So it's either hate speech or it isn't. So let's be precise and try to avoid these mistakes which may happen perhaps in translation. As concerns the DSA, I think still that given our high standards of democracy, we must protect our democratic values. So let's not invoke lies, but let's invoke the truth, because truth always wins in the end. Thank you.
We have many people on the speakers list already who asked for the floor or are on the list of the political groups. I really ask you to respect the speaking time. And again, I want to remind that those who had already several blue cards or speaking time should not ask another blue card, just to give the chance to all the speakers to be heard. Thank you very much. The next is Paolo Insalvini, sorry.
Perché avete così paura?
Why are you so afraid of freedom of expression? Why are you so frightened of other opinions and discussion? For years, digital platforms, under the pretext of fighting disinformation, have carried out censorship. We have spoken out about the disproportionate power of multinationals who influence people's minds and opinions. And what was the response from the left? Silence, or even worse, guilty support for those carrying out the censorship. those who are behind gender ideology and the Green Deal, you just fell in behind them. Now we're seeing that there is a guarantee for freedom of expression. We're seeing, for example, the unfair annulment of the Romanian elections. You've stood behind propaganda for your own ideology. We're not frightened of debate. We know who we are, and we also know that truth always wins. As St. Augustine said, truth is like a lion that can defend itself. We need to liberate this lion.
The next speaker is Moritz Körner.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, Frau Präsidentin.
Dear colleagues, Madam President, freedom of expression is the foundation of our democracy. The DSA is not a ministry of truth. It sets clear rules and transparency. Having Musk and Vidal speaking together on X is not forbidden. It happened. I think, if anything, it showed her lack of competence in this discussion. But if Musk's content is always promoted automatically by the algorithm, then this is a problem. And that's where we need to look into these algorithms. When Zuckerberg says that he is going to work together with the US administration against EU legislation, that is not acceptable. The EU needs to be clear there. But it is completely wrong that Zuckerberg does fact-checking with community notes. The DSA doesn't clearly state how fact-checking should take place. Now TikTok is run by the USA and China. We need to look more closely at innovation inside of Europe and not just regulation. Thank you.
Lydia Pereira, also for 1 minute, please.
Não querer a verdade é mentir com o pensamento.
If you don't want truth, then you are lying through your thoughts. If you confirm a lie, then you are lying. We should think about these words. These words might be, what we say might be virtual, but the consequences are real. The DSA will give transparency and credibility to the digital sector, and we cannot delay its implementation. The DSA respects individual freedoms and freedom of opinion. It ensures that digital platforms take responsibility when it comes to people who are trying to undermine democracy. Social networks cannot give up all responsibility, particularly when we see that there are threats to European democracy, and these companies are making huge profits thanks to these lies. When we see lies, we have to ensure that we are working for truth and protecting our liberties.
Céline Fourré, for 1 minute, please.
Chers collègues, je suis ici.
Colleagues, I'm here to condemn the Digital Services Act, the DSA, which supposedly fights disinformation, but actually institutionalizes state censorship at European level. It flouts one of the fundamental principles of our democracy, the freedom of expression. This principle used to be sacred, and the DSA wants to do away with it for good. The technocrats want to impose a single official truth. This regulation does not protect citizens. It infantilizes them. It takes decision-making power away from them. The EU demonstrates its fear of truth by increasing its toolbox of controls. This authoritarian drift must be stopped. People should have a right to express themselves freely without the institutions interfering. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marketa Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, imagine a platform where fake accounts and AI-generated content influence public discourse with precision. A platform owned by a foreign actor in close relation to their state leadership. A platform with algorithms engineered not to inform, but to provoke, amplifying the most divisive and negative reactions. A platform that dominates our digital landscape. Now consider a platform benefiting specific individuals during an election in Europe. What platform did each of you imagine? Was it TikTok or X? These parallels should be striking to us Europeans. Long gone is the time when social media giants just wanted to increase their profits. Now there are political motivations behind our feet, endangering our democracies. Extremists will accuse us of taking their free speech rights while they are owning the main means of public communication. Don't act neutral. Standing in the middle between autocracy and democracy just means standing on the side of autocracy. Thank you.
Here is a blue card of Mr. Dostal. Do you accept it? Yes, please, Mr. Dostal.
Dobré ráno, paní kolegyně, budu mluvit česky, jsme Češi. Pokud vám vadí zahraniční vměšování...
You say that you are so concerned about foreign interference, but this Foreign Agent Registration Act that took place in the US, is that not something that is fair then? I think you're more concerned about the money associated with these activities and Trump himself.
Otázku. Ve skutečnosti tento legislativní návrh už leží v Evropě na stole, připravila ho naše bývalá česká kolegyně.
We have made this legislative proposal and it was drafted by Ms. Ilirova. There are those who would argue it is an anti-American piece of legislation, but there is a lot more to it than that. We have got to address a lot of the issues that arise in this context. I think that the legislative proposal is something we need to work on.
Sophia Kircher, for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, geschätzte Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you very much indeed. President of the Commission, Council, Vice President of the Commission, colleagues. Digitalization is critical to the way we live, we communicate, we work, and indeed not least how we get our information. It offers us many opportunities, but equally engenders many risks. Fake news, hatred on the internet endanger our very democracy and its continued existence. It also undermines trust in the media and trust in institutions. The DSA is a tool which we can use in order to optimize our opportunities and protect ourselves against risks. The European Union could be in the vanguard here. It is attempting to do this and to put in place guardrails against fake news and more. There have been concerning cases in the past, but the European Commission is currently focusing on and addressing these, and we will be able to strengthen our DSA protective shield so that we have an ever freer and more securely anchored democracy in Europe. Thank you.
Is Matthias Nemes.
Dear colleagues, yesterday we witnessed an inauguration of President Trump, and what we saw was something exceptional. At the forefront were the leaders of tech giants, so we know who has influence and who serves the capital. So it's not human, it's the capital that has all the power in the world. We also know that social media was a turning point for democracy and humanity. Social media are on the rise, and technological giants have even more concentration of capital and also influence. For example, the annulment of Romanian elections, interference in elections in Germany. This is all a hybrid war that is reminiscent of the tools that Russia is employing. We have actually set up very stringent standards for digitalization that is based on the values of the EU. So we need the Commission to act decisively against foreign interference. We also need to set up special rules on power concentration on the internet. If we do not do that, maybe we should really suspend the platforms in the EU. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ermo Shalabaros.
Colleagues, let's call a spade a spade. In its current form, the DSA is a tool for political censorship. Mark Zuckerberg himself has admitted that right-wing political content was censored based on political pressure. In the United States, many have given in to pressure, but there is no law stipulating censorship there. And it appears that in the United States they've learned from their mistakes. It's not the case in Europe. I fear that the left wing in Europe has not learned anything. This DSA must be repealed in its current form. We don't need censorship in Europe. We need to spend that money on protecting the borders. Free speech and a level playing field need to be ensured. This is the foundation of our democracy. We need to say no to political censorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tobias Bochenski.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
President, ladies and gentlemen, it is you, people of the left, and you bureaucrats are destroying the freedom of expression, which is the foundation of European civilization. You are bold enough to tell us here today that Elon Musk is a fascist. He is the man who introduced unlimited freedom of expression on his platform. You don't see that what you're saying is illogical. You're introducing censorship because the freedom of expression doesn't need any control. Controlled freedom is not real freedom. Verification, community standards, these are propaganda criteria. These are censorship criteria. You don't see this. They are afraid of truth, afraid of freedom, and most of all, you are afraid of the fact that the member states and their societies will say what they think, because this will undermine your power, which you are protecting here, because you are not protecting freedom at all.
Speaker is Bartłomiej Sienkiewicz.
Do prawej strony sali.
I'm addressing the right-wing parties. Please stop pretending you are all about freedom of speech. You are the party of Trump and Musk in the EU. Yesterday, you were applauding Trump, and you don't seem to be disturbed by the fact that this president of the United States is announcing a trade war that is going to destroy the EU economy. Today you are defending the American internet platform, and you do not seem to be disturbed by the fact that their algorithms will be part of the American aggression on Europe. For me, as a Polish citizens, the support that the X platform is giving to AfD is an act of aggression in itself. And I'm very surprised by the Law and Justice members from Poland that they do not mind. If the European Commission cannot stop the X platform from interfering in the European politics, if DSA is going to be just a bit of paper with a bit of print on it, we are going to lose our sovereignty. And you, on the right side of this chamber, you are the traitors.
Much. Fabienne Keller is the next speaker, please.
Madam Commissioner, Minister, Madam President, this is the day following the inauguration of Donald Trump as president. This inauguration, we know, means great danger for our democracies, European citizens, and freedom of expression. It is precisely democracy and the freedom of expression that we wanted to protect when we voted in favor of the Digital Services Act. Unlike what the leaders of the big platforms X and Meta state, freedom of expression resides where any and all opinions can be expressed in full respect for one another. Deregulation gives way for hate speech, pornographic content, and terrorist, misogynistic and racist content. Let us not be fooled. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are not defending freedom of expression. They just want to put forward their own ideology. Europe is not weak. Madam Commissioner, we do have the DSA to help us face down these threats. Let us apply this regulation rigorously so that we can force all platforms to respect our rules and, above all, our values, so that we can protect our citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Konstantinos Arvantis.
Good morning. Thank you. Dear Commissioner, if things are going so well, we wouldn't have all these troubles we've seen in Romania. But yesterday, we realized officially that we went back to 1935, based on what Donald Trump said. We have a God-sent theory revisionist, and the person funding him, Mr. Musk. It seems that there's also people here, MEPs, who are willing to defend him, much more than they're willing to defend human rights. We see confidential documents, personal data, political algorithms can end up in the hands of the wrong people at any time, those who are planning political destabilization. Musk, the Chinese, Cambridge Analytica, don't forget about them, or anybody else. So it's crucial to see what we're going to do. We need governments and political leaders to examine into depth what we're going to do and how we're going to implement the DSA, and to continuously update legislation based on the new facts and new challenges. When the history repeats itself, it's usually as a farce, and we saw what happened in 1935 with Hitler fans and Goebbels, and today it might be repeated in a different way.
Hennig, for 1 minute, please.
Podczas gdy Donald Trump While Donald Trump is decreeing to limit freedom of speech, the EU is lagging behind. You want to destroy the political competition, and if you don't like a certain government, you just want to get rid of it. You want to deprive people of the basic freedom of expression. Why? Because you're afraid of it. People can see that you are cheating, that you're stealing, and you are afraid of the fact that people write what they think about you directly. For you, democracy is when people tell what's on their minds. The right-wing and conservative ideology is supposed to be a crime. And today's debate should be called the need to strengthen censorship to protect those who are in power in the EU. If you are not, if you don't like X or other social media, simply log out, leave it. Nobody forces you to use these platforms or these social media. And these social media are in favor of real freedom of expression. And everybody will be happy this way.
Barry.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. We are at a critical moment when it comes to both protecting our democracies and citizens in the digital age. Many social media platforms, which once served as tools for connection, are increasingly becoming hubs for disinformation, exploitation and harm. This isn't just about protecting democracy. Anonymity is being weaponised in other ways. Catfishing, where predators create false identities online, devastates lives, exploiting vulnerable individuals, including children. The Digital Services Act is a bold start, but we must go further. As this isn't about eroding the right of anonymity, it's about ensuring platforms can verify real users to deter fake accounts used for harm, protect children and vulnerable individuals, and build a digital environment to of trust and accountability. The time for decisive action is now. Thank you.
There is a blue card from Renew for you. Do you accept the blue card? Then I give the floor to Mr. Verhofstadt.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I share many of your views, but you and many of the members here, last week...
Interpretation?
There is interpretation. Can you hear interpretation? The English interpretation is available.
Do it in English? It's okay for you? Okay. Last week you received an email, like everybody here in this hemicycle, asking for Elon Musk to be a Nobel Prize candidate, coming from the EPP. And my question is, how is it feasible, or what is your opinion in regards to this demand? Is it normal that for EPP, or for the group, do you support that initiative? Do you think it's normal to have someone making some ingerence, disinformation, and supporting having abnormal words against the Prime Minister of Great Britain, and making all this disinformation, which would be a candidate for a Nobel Prize? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, but what I'm trying to say is I think we should really put pressure on the platforms to make sure there's verification identity, and I think this would solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hannes Heide.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, President. Every individual has a right to freedom of expression. This is enshrined in the CFR and also in the constitutions of every member state. Freedom of expression is the core of every liberal democracy, and this is what differentiates us from authoritarian regimes such as Russia or China. It ends, though, where criminal law begins. These big platforms cannot simply shirk their responsibility when, for example, they publish posts denying the Holocaust, promoting anti-Semitism, which lead to violence, and where they glorify terrorism. Where there is a failure to act, such as we've seen in Myanmar, the conclusions and results can be absolutely tragic. The DSA is making online platforms take the responsibility they properly should. They need to publish their algorithms, they need to take down fake information, and they need to respond rapidly to any incitement to violence, terrorist propaganda, or to publication of child porn. No online platform should be allowed to fail to take down problematic information.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see if I've understood this. The magnate, the multimillionaire, if he is in favour of woke ideology, investing in media, educational programs and all of that, then he's a philanthropist, such as George Soros, for instance, or Bill Gates. But if this multimillionaire buys a social network and opens it up to freedom so that it's actually organized by itself, then he's a Nazi. He's been called a Nazi. You want to give lessons on what disinformation is, and yet many of you have said that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute yesterday. Now, moderators, unfortunately, are biased, and the companies that are supposed to be moderating have been told that they need to be arrogant and look down on citizens as minors, which makes them biased. And apparently that is giving us greater freedom, but what we're propagating here is a return to censorship.
Magoni.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you very much, President. The DSA aspires to safeguard democracy from the dangers of the online world, disinformation, incitement to hatred, manipulation, and evil campaigns online. But the promises offered by this legislation are coming up against the reality on the ground. Freedom of expression
is going to be sacrificed on the altar of invasive approaches such as we see in America. We can't simply tackle the question of disinformation as a technical issue. It is a political, par excellence, political issue and also a cultural issue. We need to educate our citizens. We need to make them aware of what is going on online, but we mustn't have recourse to too many rules and regulations which undermine the very democracy we seek to protect. The real risk is that the Commission is taking action excessively slowly, and disinformation is therefore able to shape public debate before any intervention takes place. The DSA should be an instrument which serves to make people take up the responsibilities they should, rather than exert control. The left is simply blinded by anti-fascist propaganda in Europe, and this is not in line at all with our democratic values. Thank you.
Madam President, thank you very much. We have witnessed how Russia tried to intervene by social media in the elections on Moldavian territory, in Georgia. This debate, unfortunately, is still here. Today, it's not just about Russia that is set on destroying Europe in the digital world. The internet, unfortunately, has become another battlefield, and it is up to us to make sure that we can defend Europe, can we defend democracy, and we are facing more elections also in Poland, and you don't want the Kremlin to decide the result of it. It is also about the safety and security of our children, and I'm myself a father, and I do know that about 50% of kids aged 4 to 9 years old own a smartphone. That is why we do have to care about who is going to interfere in our lives via the digital technology. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sophie Wilmès.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Everybody has the right to express their views, including Mr. Musk. Freedom of expression must respect a certain number of principles. It cannot be a tool to betray or defame, and it needs to be applied equally to everybody, and it can't be used to forward a certain narrative or a certain ideology or the interests of a particular individual. We have a Digital Services Act, and this first and foremost is to protect users and our fundamental rights. But to ensure that this is effective, we need to have investigations that are carried out and penalties when there are breaches. Nobody is above the law. How can we explain the fact that investigation started in 2023 has still not been finished? Platforms still have not been held accountable. How many investigations have been set up since, Madam Commissioner? We need to have a clear response from the Commission on this. Madam Commissioner, we need to do better. We need to do a lot better. And we are seeing we need to be quick in our analysis and effective when applying our rules. Thank you.
The next, other than on the screen, it was a mistake, is Mr. Eriksson. Dick Eriksson. Yeah, Dick Eriksson, you have the floor. Dick Eriksson has the floor. He's not in the room? Yeah, please. It's better to be in the room during the debate, so it does not happen.
Då ska vi se. Remember, eller jag tar det på svenska, det är bättre.
I think I'll do it in Swedish, that will be better. All dictatorships historically have restricted the freedom of expression. with the purpose of preventing disinformation and lies, they say. That is why the DSA is a tragic piece of legislation that plays with fire. I want to safeguard our European Enlightenment tradition. I could quote Voltaire. I dislike what you say, but I'm prepared to die for your right to express your views. This is a very fundamental principle that goes much deeper than any individual piece of legislation. Now, the challenge to our Western values should be met in an open debate. It seems so odd to me that many people in this chamber do not believe in our values. They feel the need to censor and to stop. I'm convinced that we will win every debate with Russia, China, and any other dictatorship that tries to undermine our values. We need to deal with them in an open debate and not by trying to adopt their methods. This is fundamental in safeguarding our freedom of expression rather than chasing after increased control. Thank you.
Is Reinier van Lansford.
Imagine that everything we do online is like an ocean. In that ocean, social media are islands, and some of those islands enable people to connect and participate in the public debate. But in this vast digital ocean, some social media are not islands, but icebergs. Icebergs where you only see the content the owner of that platform wants you to see. Other opinions are kept underwater, and Elon Musk has transformed X into such an iceberg. He orders his own algorithms to spread his destructive vision and influence elections in Europe. These icebergs also allow hostile secret services to damage our democracy. Armies of trolls push extremist pro-Russian political parties like the AfD. And this is happening as we speak. We ask, therefore, the European Commission to rescue our democracy from the armies of trolls and trigger the crisis response mechanisms immediately.
The next speaker is Alice Teodorescu-Mauve.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, everybody in theory is in favour of freedom of expression, many with the proviso that they are good and they have an obligation to protect society from dangerous expressions from those who are bad. As long as we're stuck in this corrupt but efficient way of thinking, our free society will not be able to fully leverage the benefits of the freedom of expression. At the same time, we're undervaluing the fact that it is reality that affects political choices. Those who limit freedom of expression limit democracy. Those who dare strengthen the freedom of expression, including when opinions differ from our own, will strengthen democracy. No EU legislation should be used to stamp out political differences in thinking. There's no exact template for how we deal with bitter desk warriors or enemy states and their disinformation, but it remains our most important tool, namely a free exchange of views. Freedom of expression in Europe must be the very cornerstone of how we apply modern legislation such as the Digital Services Act, particularly when we have many short-term opportunistic arguments that would encourage us to do the opposite. Thank you.
Il dibattito di questa mattina
This morning's debate has shown us many things. Inter alia, that for people on the right, freedom of expression means that it should be possible in Europe to discriminate against women, to say that homosexuals are mentally ill, and to operate with non-transparent algorithms which allow no transparency and indeed allow people to fly under the radar. This Parliament has decided to stand up and be counted and to defend freedom of information, which needs to be respected without fear. Commissioner Virkkunen, let's not waste any more time. We have an opportunity here. We're being accused of tyranny. We need to ask for respect for our policies. We will not tolerate interference in our democratic life. We are not going to allow this sort of manipulation and abuse by those in power and those who have wealth. We need to make the right choices and we need to stand by them. Thank you.
Coming in. Please, the colleagues who come in, you can walk, but please don't talk. If you have to talk or to speak, you can go outside because the debate is still going on. And I now give the floor to Petra Steger, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This whole debate is incredible. If you listen to some of the people who've spoken today, it really is high time to say no more. When we talk here about democracy and freedom, it's often nothing more than a frontal attack on the citizens of Europe. This Digital Services Act is supposed to be a tool against disinformation. But then look at Mr. Breton. He wants to cancel whole elections if he doesn't like the results. And this is nothing more than a tool for censorship. Censorship of the worst kind. And it is forcing platforms to remove content. You want to combat fake news and this content, but really what it's about is about limiting opinions that you do not like. Is that really your view of what freedom is? If that is the case, then you are completely wrong. You don't protect democracies by banning freedom of speech with fact checkers or cancelling elections. No. Otherwise, it's just a facade of democracy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marcos Quarta. 1 minute, and please keep the time.
Signor Presidente, onorevoli colleghi.
President, colleagues, the Digital Services Act could constitute a crucial step in guaranteeing balance and opportunity in the digital services market. However, the interpretation of the provisions hitherto has shown that there is no appropriate boundary between rights and obligations, and therefore you can't demand a safe online space unless you have realistic parameters. And some of these principles are non-negotiable. We are determined to make sure that regulation does not become an instrument which simply serves to suffocate inconvenient views and to stifle freedom of expression. We demand freedom. We demand digital freedom, and we demand the right to build a digital future based on fundamental rights and global leadership of Europe. Thank you.
Sean Kelly for 1.5 minutes.
Good. After 3 hours in the chamber, I finally get the podium. Commissioner. The Digital Services Act is a powerful tool to protect democracy and ensure that social media platforms operate responsibly. However, its potential will only be realised if it is properly enforced. Right now, we are falling short, and the consequences are evident, not only for our democracies, but for our most vulnerable citizens, our children. Minors are not just passive users of social media, they are active participants, often engaging with technology designed without their safety in mind. Algorithms prioritise sensationalism and addictive content, exposing children to harmful practices, inappropriate material and exploitative advertising. Loot boxes that mimic gambling, influencers pushing vaping, and target ads for unhealthy products are just the tip of the iceberg. Recent studies show that nearly 60% of children aged 8 to 12 have encountered harmful content online. Behind these numbers are real children whose well-being and development are being undermined by the greed of platforms that prioritise profit over protection. Platforms must be held accountable for their algorithms, their recommender systems and their content moderation or lack thereof. Protecting democracy and protecting minors must go hand in hand.
The next speaker is Veronika Shifrovra-Ostrionova. Sorry.
Thank you. As a former journalist, I
value the freedom of speech very dearly, and let me be very clear, the DSA and fact-checking protect this freedom. Fact-checking flags disinformation and keeps social media open for honest and transparent debate. Are we suppressing opinions? Look around this chamber. I think every opinion here is well represented on social media and elsewhere. We must act and enforce the DSA to ensure that platforms used by European citizens are transparent, accountable and respectful of our rules. But let me say this. Can you see what we are doing? We are merely reacting, and we will surely continue to do so. But reacting is not enough. We must move beyond the reaction mode and stop only responding to what happens in the US or elsewhere. Innovation, research, business and education have never been more important than they are today. Let this be the main lesson of this long, long debate to take from here. I want a future where Europe dares to lead the way. So let's start working on this here together. Thank you.
The next speaker is Krzysztof Smiszek.
In October, precisely in this room, we were protesting against Russian interference in the Moldovan election. Then we also, in December, during the presidential election, we were supporting Romania in its fight with disinformation on TikTok. And recently, Trump's main ally interferes into our politics. What will we do when Musk is playing with algorithms on his platform? We have the appropriate tool. We have the DSA. We worked hard on it, but we are unable to use it effectively. It is time to act. The far right talks about the freedom of speech. When finally will you distinguish manipulation and propaganda from access to democracy and information? This oligarch may be on your side now, but and the next one may not be. And what will you do then?
Mes chers collègues, le débat de ce matin est éclairant. Contrairement à ce qu'on a voulu nous faire croire, le sujet, c'est de parler.
The question this morning is not just censorship or not censor or otherwise, freedom of speech or the opposite. We are talking about sovereignty, and sovereignty in Europe is absolutely critical. We're talking about sovereignty of the European Union, of European nations, of European member states. This sovereignty is under threat today because of the billionaires of Silicon Valley who simply want to enslave the peoples of Europe. And the worst thing about it is that the lobbyists are getting their message across through the mouths of those here in Europe on the extreme right who claim to defend our sovereignty. And yet our workers, our business and our society is simply being sacrificed to serve the interests of the entrepreneurs and billionaires of Silicon Valley. Madam President, you must stand up and be counted with us and defend the freedom, the rights and the futures of our citizens on behalf of all those amongst us who are fighting for it. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. Directo al grano en este tema.
Thank you, President. On this topic, we're talking about European strategic sovereignty, and this has been touched on in many of the previous speeches. There are many who are denouncing interference in electoral processes, but the US and some union states do it too when they feel that it is opportune. In Venezuela, Algeria and Colombia, that we have clear examples. This is being used to service a specific political agenda. The problem isn't the political leaning of a media organization. It is how algorithms are manipulated or surveys are organized to amplify certain opinions. We need the Commission to not limit itself. It has the necessary tools to investigate and act fully. We must not avoid confrontation. Political totalitarian agendas will otherwise move forward. We need a sanctions regime for the DSA. because we cannot allow for political discourse apologising for totalitarian ideologies to take power of our social networks. Thank you.
President
Trump is decreeing protection for freedom of speech in the USA, and in the EU they want even more censorship. What kind of policy is that? This is how autocratic regimes respond. We're seeing an EU USSR type regime being implemented here. This is not about fighting real crime. For that, we don't need a DSA. No, it's about Alice Weidel and Elon Musk having a conversation on X. And citizens should be able to draw their own opinions and step back from state propaganda. There are many countries that monitor and this, what's happening here, is purely Orwellian. You are besmirching the concept of democracy here, and we don't expect anything else from extremists here. This is your type of democracy and your approach to Europe. Thank you.
There is a blue card from Mrs. Vandenberg. Do you accept a blue card from Mrs. Vandenberg? Sometimes it's good to listen. Mrs. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. During this debate, all the time, we are talking about censorship, but it's not about censorship, it's about openness of debate. Let us see what happens right now on Instagram. If you use the hashtag Democrat, you get no results. If you use the hashtag Republican, you get a lot of results. This is what happens if we don't regulate in a fair way and make sure that free speech is actually organized by rules. This is what we need.
Liebe Kollegin,
Colleague, I can hear your message, but I don't believe it. In Germany, state media, when it has discriminated against the only real opposition in the country, the AfD. We're not invited to talk shows. We are dramatically underrepresented. And now a discussion with our lead candidate, Ms. Weidel, on social media with Elon Musk leads to a huge uproar. And this is purely hypocritical. There's a double standard being applied here, and we are fighting against that. And that is what needs to be done. Thank you.
There is Nicolau Alvanos. Alvanos, please.
Today's discussion is carried out deliberately and is marked by large-scale interests. At the heart of all this is a fierce competition between the US and the EU, an effort of EU monopolies to improve their stance and their position vis-à-vis the American ones. They're using pretexts such as protecting democracy, fighting foreign interventions, etc. But they're really trying to whitewash EU member states and financial conglomerates in order to demonize only their competitors. But what we see in the EU is an actual witch hunt against those who reject their tenets. They're blocking accounts who are trying to reveal the EU's escalating implication in the war in Ukraine or in the Palestinian genocide by the Israeli occupying state. And they're already using algorithms to intensify labor in Greece. So if we really want to serve the interests of the working class, we need to have socially owned means of production. We need to centrally plan the economy and to really serve the interest of popular strata and not capitalists.
Now, as we are already a long time over, I just can take 3 for Catch the Eye and then give the floor after that to the Commissioner. So first is Zeljana Zovko, then we have Maria Grappini, and then we have Diego Solier.
It has never been easier to access information, and yet it has never been ever easier to sell a lie? Is it true that the more smarter the phones are, the dumber is the person that is using it? We can hear in this debate many concerns about cybercrime and about DSA. I think that nowadays, when all the authoritarian regimes are using information as once used communist, fascist and national socialist, we have ourselves the tool that all the democracy in the world can only envy us about. So, dear Commissioner, I expect from you to implement this tool and to help our children and the youth and all of those who don't have such a privilege like us in this House to prevent manipulation of the information and to bring us back in the dark times of democracy. Thank you.
Maria Grappini.
Doamna președintă.
Chair, dear colleagues, Commissioner, today's debate shows that DSA does not work, and it shows one more thing, that it has not been well understood, because I've seen many people from the far right saying that this regulation means that they do not have the right to communicate. But dear colleagues, democracy is not chaos. Democracy is a regulation. Democracy is equal rights for everyone. And your right reaches that far where it encompasses my right. Therefore, we need a regulation. We need transparency. What would you say, dear colleagues, if your kid killed himself because of manipulations from this social media? If you were attacked in front of your house because of unfair attacks on social networks? I think, Commissioner, that we have to explain why we need this regulation in all member states, and we also need to explain that everything that works in the European Union has to be respected by third countries, by those who are not part of the European Union. We need this regulation. Thank you very much.
Now I give the floor to Mr. Diego Solier.
Hoy hablamos de aplicar la DSA para salvaguardar.
We're talking about applying the DSA to save democracy and avoid manipulation. But I ask you, who are we saving democracy from and avoiding what kind of manipulation? The real problem is that the European establishment is looking at a situation where things have been customized for decades. Look at what's happening in Spain, for example. We have the television broadcasting company controlled by state powers, and we have seen this happen with Telefonica in Spain as well. The public authorities are holding the strings. Now, this European Parliament responds to citizens, European citizens, nothing else.
Floor to Henna Virkkunen, our Commissioner.
Thank you very much, dear President, honourable members. Thank you for this very lively debate and your very valuable contributions. This Commission and I personally, we are fully committed to promoting and protecting democracy across the EU. The DSA has given the Commission now the tool needed for a high level of responsibility by providers of online platforms, combined with very robust oversight. I will continue applying this critical tool together with the national digital services coordinators in an effective and accountable way. In this context, I vow advance with and accelerate the cases under the DSA and, while respecting due process, come to conclusions as early as legally possible with solid evidence in the open proceedings. It's very clear that everybody doing business in Europe or providing services in the EU has to respect our rules, which are very balanced and fair. Same rules for European companies and for those who are coming from the third countries. This DSA is also balancing freedom and responsibility. For example, when it's coming to content moderation, that was mentioned many times here, in the European Union, the reasons for the content moderation by the VLOPs are registered in a public database in Europe, and they must also publish biannual reports on their content moderation practices. So we have a great level of transparency here also when it comes to content moderation, and for these reasons. So the reasons are published. The users must also have the possibility to opt out of being profiled for their recommender system, giving users the option of alternative social media feeds. So transparency is a vital precondition for accountability in democracy, as we know. The Commission will present an ambitious approach in the Democracy Shield with a comprehensive all-of-society approach to face the multiple threats to our democracy. So I look forward to continuing this exchange with you.
Thank you. The next, now I give the floor to Adam Szlapka. He is Minister for the European Union in the Council. Please.
Madam President, honourable members, Madam Commissioner, after this very emotional debates, few remarks from the Council. The rules and values in the Digital Service Act are being tested in practice. We are confident that the actions taken by the Commission and the national supervisors are timely and proportionate. The co-legislators introduced careful checks and balance into the DSA to ensure that fundamental rights, including the freedom of expression, are granted. Any action taken under the DCA should be taken in a way that respects the fundamental rights of the users, including the freedom of expression and of information, including media freedom and pluralism. We should also not forget that in addition to the DCA, we have other legal instruments that have been adopted recently to fight disinformation and foreign interference, in particular the rules on political advertising and the Media Freedom Act. In cases where disinformation or interference are linked to a hybrid campaign by hostile third states or non-state actors, the EU has also taken action under the EU Hybrid Toolbox. It enables us to monitor threats, build social resilience, prevent incidents and react to them, including through diplomatic measures and, where appropriate, sanctions. We are finally also looking forward to the upcoming Commission's initiatives on a new European Democracy Shield. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I will, die Aussprache ist jetzt geschlossen und es wird jetzt.
The debate is now concluded and we will have a very short break, really a very short break, and then we'll move on to the votes. Thank you.
La seduta è ripresa.
We will resume. On behalf of the President, I would like to welcome to the diplomatic gallery a delegation of representatives from the ultra-peripheral regions in Europe.
Vorrei informare l'Aula.
I'd like to inform the House that I've received 3 requests pertaining to the rules. Therefore, we will proceed to take cognizance of these. Mr. Mariani, first of all.
L'article 10 de notre règlement intérieur stipule que les députés...
Article 10 of our Rules of Procedure says that MEPs should not threaten the reputation of the Parliament. And therefore, I would like to denounce the invitation of the Front Polisario members to a working group meeting. This militia has been supported by Algeria to destabilize Morocco, who is an important partner for the EU. They have links to Islamist movements and have carried out attacks in the city of Smara in 2023. They have taken charge of humanitarian aid. Our Parliament published a resolution on the negative effects on the local population of the non-preferential application of tariffs in Western Sahara. That damages the reputation of our Parliament. It damages our relations with the population of the Sahara and compromises our cooperation with Morocco. So, Madam President, I would like to have this intervention cancelled in light of this. Thank you.
Non si apre il dibattito su questo punto, quindi...
We will not have a debate on this, so we will now go on to the second request under the rules. Mr. Nicolau Alavanos, you have 1 minute to make your request.
Thank you, Chair. Based on Article 25(8) and Article 28, and also 4.3 of the Compendium Rules, I would like to mention the unbelievable decision to not hold out an exhibition about Cuban doctors that was a model of solidarity. The reasoning behind the decision was that there was inflammatory wording used in the exhibition, but there was no such thing. It was all about medical solidarity, Cuban doctors that have helped people around the world. It is irrational, and it doesn't matter because the EU peoples will really take a stance and denounce the efforts to undermine solidarity, and we are supporting Cuba.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, for 1 minute for a further point of order.
Madam Chair, I want to evoke today the Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure that relate to the respect of fundamental rights. And I want to evoke it on the Article 11 that states the right for everyone to receive information without interference, regardless of frontiers. Today, censorship has started on Meta. I invite all members here in the House to search for the hashtag Democrat on Instagram or Facebook and to see the 0 results that are displayed due, imagine, to alleged sensitive content. Yet, if you search for hashtag Republican or hashtag white supremacy, there are millions of results. For the far right, democracy is sensitive. For us, proud Europeans, democracy is fundamental. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Onorevole Anna Miranda ha un punto.
Thank you. Ms. Anna Miranda, is this also on the rules?
Minuto.
Sí. You have 1 minute.
Sobre el reglamento que es la aceptación.
Yes, I have one point of order. That is the adoption of agendas, the committees and also the monitoring groups. And in Inter, the Polisario Front being allowed in relation to Western Sahara. This is about respect for the rules of procedure of this Parliament and also a decision by the Court of Justice. Now, this is about what's applying international law.
Grazie, onorevole. Passiamo ora alle votazioni.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We will now move on to take the votes.
Prego, onorevole.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Very much. If you have any order, you have follow the order. At the beginning, your intervention, you need to say your paragraph, why you are speaking. If you want 1 minute speech, you have Monday evening, and you can present it everything what do you want. colleague, please follow this. Thank you very much.
Grazie onorevole. Passiamo ora alle votazioni.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now move on to the votes. May I remind members that they're kindly requested to stay in the chamber for the debate following, because the debate on the agenda timed for 1 o'clock will take place immediately following this vote. We now vote on the recommendation drafted by Carlo Ressa on the EU Republic of Serbia Agreement on operational activities carried out by the European Border and Coast Guard Agency in the Republic of Serbia. The vote is open. This is a roll call vote.
La votazione è chiusa.
The vote is closed.
Approvato.
That is adopted.
Vi chiedo di lasciare l'aula in silenzio.
Those who need to leave the chamber, please do so as quietly as possible. We will start the next debate very shortly.
Grazie, colleghi.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The minutes of yesterday's session have been distributed. If there are no comments, they will be deemed to be adopted at the end of the day. The next item on this morning's agenda is a statement from the Council and the Commission on the geopolitical and economic implications for transatlantic relations under the new Trump administration. May I first of all call on behalf of the Council, Minister Zlapka.
Pardon.
Thank you very much, Madam President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner. The United States is one of our closest partners, and we look forward to engaging positively with the new US administration as we have traditionally done. Transatlantic relations are based on common values and shared interests, and their strengthening should be in our mutual interest. Yesterday, Donald Trump was inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. I will address a few critical policies for the EU. There has been much talk during the US election campaign on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. This is an existential issue for the EU, but not only for us. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a challenge for the international rules-based order and a global concern. The EU, the US and other like-minded partners have been supporting Ukraine politically, militarily, financially since Russia started its war of aggression. We have imposed massive and unprecedented sanctions against Russia. The EU and the US are currently providing the largest share of support to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. As President Trump takes office, our focus is on remaining steadfast and united in this support. It is essential that we continue to support Ukraine as it exercises its inherent right to self-defense against Russia's aggression in line with the principles of the UN Charter. The EU is committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes and as intensely as needed. The US President has said he aims to end this war quickly. We agree. No one wants peace more than Ukraine and the EU, but our objective is a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. To achieve this, Ukraine must be involved. There can be no discussion about Ukraine without Ukraine. We therefore look forward to working closely with the new administration on Ukraine so that Russia will not prevail. The transatlantic partnership is also of crucial importance for trade. The European Union and the US are both each other's largest trading partner. Our partnership is a long-standing source of prosperity and jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. We have a shared interest in strengthening our trade and investment relations. The EU is ready to work with the new US administration. We will do this through open dialogue, seeking to prevent trade tensions while protecting our legitimate interests. Like other US presidents, President Trump has asked Europe to take more responsibility for its defense and security. The EU and the United States are indeed key partners in this field. It's essential for us to invest more in our security. EU member states have already considerably increased their defense spending, in particular since 2022, when Russia started its war of aggression against Ukraine. There has been a 30% increase between 2021 and 2024, and defense expenditures will continue growing in the future. The EU's efforts on security and defense are complementary with NATO and will reinforce transatlantic cooperation. We look forward to working with the new administration to strengthen Europe's security. But security, it's not only about defense. Europe's energy security has come into the spotlight since Russia started its wars of aggression against Ukraine. Since then, the EU has cut down on Russian oil and gas supplies to Europe. In fact, we have increasingly substituted Russian gas imports with LNG, US and other partners. This has helped us to curtail Russia's revenues and at the same time boost transatlantic energy trade. The US remains the EU's largest supplier of LNG, and the EU remains the largest client for the United States. At the same time, diversification is crucial to ensure energy security. The EU and the US are strategic partners on global energy security, and we are ready to discuss energy issues with the new administration. The EU is committed to safeguarding the democratic values and freedoms of its citizens, including freedom of speech. The EU will continue to use its tools and mechanisms to protect and promote human rights, rule of law and democratic principles, both at home and globally. President, honourable members, Commissioner, changes are unfolding in Washington. We hope to launch a constructive exchange with the new administration to fully clarify the intention of our American partners on all topics that concern us. We have learned from history that Europe and US are stronger together. We should now reflect collectively on how we can effectively uphold these partnerships in new circumstances, and that requires EU unity. EU foreign affairs ministers will discuss transatlantic relations at the next meeting on 27 January, and shortly after, on 3rd February, EU leaders will continue the exchange at the retreat, which focuses on defense and security. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie, Ministro.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Šefčovič.
Honourable members of the European Parliament, dear Minister, the European Union and the United States share deep friendship and alliance. The transatlantic relationship is founded on a shared history and strong bonds. For decades, this partnership has been a cornerstone of peace, security and economic growth. What was true yesterday remains true today and will hold true tomorrow. With President Trump's inauguration yesterday, the European Union stands therefore ready to deepen and strengthen this vital relationship. We will engage in meaningful dialogue, discuss shared interests and continue to advance our work to address geopolitical challenges together. And in our engagement with the new administration, the European Commission will remain unwavering in upholding the EU's priorities and interests. We will continue to support an inclusive, rules-based multilateral system anchored in the principles of the UN Charter. This includes upholding the sovereignty, territorial integrity and inviolability of borders. We will remain and we will maintain our unwavering commitment to Ukraine, providing sustained political, financial, economic, humanitarian, military and diplomatic support for as long as it takes. We will support achieving a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. The EU also remains fully committed to safeguarding the democratic values and freedoms of its citizens, especially the freedom of speech and the integrity of electoral processes. We will remain focused on our pressing challenges. Strengthening our economy, fostering innovation and promoting competitiveness will remain key priorities. This includes being consistent and supportive when it comes to clean and digital technologies like batteries and related newly grown industries. Honourable members, we take note of the memorandum on an America First trade policy adopted yesterday by the US President Donald Trump. The transatlantic trade and investment relationship is a key artery of the global economy. No other economies in the world are as integrated as we are. Entire supply chains stretch on both sides of the Atlantic. The EU and the US have the largest bilateral trade and investment relationship in the world, supporting more than 16 million jobs and accounting for 42% of the global GDP. In 2023 alone, bilateral trade flows reached 1.6 trillion euros, 807 billion of trade in goods, and 680 billion euros of trade in services. More than 4 billion of goods and services cross the Atlantic every day. European companies in the US employ 3.5 million Americans, and another million American jobs depend directly on trade with Europe. Equally, our bilateral investment flows are unrivaled. The EU and US have more than 5 trillion euros invested in their respective economies, and of all American assets abroad, 2/3 are in Europe. The EU wants to leverage this robust relationship to enhance growth, maintain technological leadership, and boost resilient supply chains. It would no doubt be advantageous for the EU and the US to work together across the board. So we will continue to be a strong partner, ready to engage and cooperate as a matter of priority, and pursue a positive agenda with the US, discussing common interest and stand ready to negotiate. We will be pragmatic. But the EU will also stand by its principles and will be prepared to defend its legitimate interest if this is necessary. We take note of today's decision by the new US administration regarding energy production and exports. The EU already is the largest importer of the US liquefied natural gas, providing over 50% of our LNG. And the Commission is ready to work with the new administration to further strengthen this strategic cooperation as we work to strengthen our own energy security. The EU regrets the decision by the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, which we believe continues to be the best hope for us all. For more than a decade, we have worked side by side with our American friends to design and implement the Paris Agreement. Companies in both Europe and America are investing in climate action, in clean technologies, and in bringing their benefits to the citizens. So Europe will stay the course and work to ensure that this continues both at home, for example, through the upcoming Clean Industrial Deal, and abroad with all nations that want to protect nature and stop global warming. The EU looks forward to working closely with the new US administration to tackle pressing global challenges. A lot is at stake for both sides, more so as the rules of engagement between global powers are changing. We will address shared priorities for prosperity and international security, reaffirming the enduring strengths of the transatlantic partnership. Thank you, Madam President.
Grazie a lei, Commissario.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Šefčovič. The first speaker on behalf of the EPP is Mr. Sherba.
Szanowna
Madam Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the Americans have spoken, and we have to do what we have to do. I would like to say that we are at the verge of a new era in our relationship with the US. We have heard a lot during the President's inauguration. This cooperation is not going to be easy, but we need to remain united. For us, the most important issue is our safety and security, and this is the peace in Ukraine that is the priority, both for us and for the US. It's Russia who doesn't want it. It's Russia who continues this war of aggression. Ukraine can have peace only once it is independent and sovereign and its safety is guaranteed. And for that to happen, it needs to be involved in negotiating the peace. I would like to say very clearly that we also have to do a lot in Europe. The European Union of Defence must become reality. It's enough, no more words. Soft law, soft talk is not enough. We need to move on and show our force, our power. Right now, our safety, our security is in our own hands. So our goal, and it is the goal of the Polish presidency, is to keep Europe united, united in the name of safety and security. This is our investment in the future, and our relationship with the US has to be pragmatic. It is a partnership, but it has to be centered on the issue of security. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Van Brent.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Ms. Van Brent.
Voorzitter, commissaris, collega's.
President, colleagues, it is self-evident that our transatlantic relations are under great pressure in terms of trade policy and in other areas too, since the election of Donald Trump. But there's no point in simply focusing entirely on Trump, or for that matter, on Elon Musk. We can't allow our action and our policies to be determined by them. We need to invest in our own future, in our support for Ukraine, our economy, our industry, our energy, and our prosperity. Of course, we don't want to close ourselves off from the rest of the world. On the contrary, Trump and Putin are opting for confrontation very clearly. We need to opt for cooperation. We need to do this with the Indo-Pacific countries, with Latin America. We need to prioritize diplomacy, international trade, cooperation and dialogue. We need to continue strong in the belief in our own values, cooperation where it is possible, but on the basis of very clear lines. We need to delimit our policies and our principles. For example, tearing up the Green Deal, no pasarán, and import tariffs is another red line. So we need to be clear about our red lines. We need to be clear about our principles. The extreme right may not like this, but the future, I have news for you, is that the future of Europe is not Chinese, it is not American, it is not Russian, it is European. And we must take our own future firmly, irretrievably into our own hands. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bardella on behalf of the Patriots.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, Donald Trump's return to the presidency and the first hours of his presidency have sent a clear message out to the rest of the world. America first. His triumphal election is thanks to the middle class and business owners. But many of his voters' values have been mocked. But we've seen many problems there with mass immigration, for example. But in Europe, people want to regain their identities and have hope in the future. But let's not be naive. President Trump will defend America's interests first and foremost. And from an American point of view, he is right to do so. There is the prospect of trade tensions and a new geopolitical situation. We have concerns in our companies, our industries, and our farmers. Europeans must not remain passive to what's happening in the future. We need to see stronger nations on the international stage. And Trump's America is challenging France and all European countries. And here in this cycle over the past few years, we've seen many policies in Brussels criticised, ideological decisions, failures, reducing economic growth and a shift towards economic ruin, poor energy policy, naivety vis-à-vis all of the big powers of the world. The EU in Brussels says that it has innovated, but it has done so by passing too much regulation, through over-regulation. You promised people that if they concede some of their sovereignty, they will have power, but we're not seeing that. And if we want to be a key partner in this world, we must focus on what brings Europeans together. Solidarity, for example. If we should do that together, and then we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bardella. The next speaker is Mr. Fidanza on behalf of the ECR. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. On the 5th of November, we heard the usual litanies from the left about the future which lay ahead for Europe and a resistance to the global trends. Things haven't changed. The Conservatives, of course, welcome the election of Trump, who wants to tackle illegal migration, drugs cartels. Those who are focused on freedom of expression are delighted that social media is finding its way back to genuinely encompassing this. We need to work towards a proper peace for Ukraine. As far as NATO is concerned, Trump is reminding us our proper responsibilities. For decades, we have simply been subsidizing our security on the basis of America. Greenland, well, that is a topic which does actually affect Europe. The activism of both China and Russia has a big impact on strategic security and equilibrium. So here, President Trump is opening up for us opportunities for us to make choices regarding industry, for example, focusing on the Atlantic relations rather than simply obsessing with the Green Deal and links to China in the basis of strategic autonomy. He's giving us an opportunity to rekindle our transatlantic relationship. There may be tariffs, but this is something we can consider in due course. Yesterday, a new America was born. Now it's time to witness the rebirth of Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Ayer for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. The US has a new president. We all are familiar with his style. Let's be clear. Yes, the US has been and will remain a partner. A partnership goes two ways, though, and we've had enough of having the younger brother complex. There's not been a word spoken about Europe, about NATO, about Ukraine. They're withdrawing from the WHO. Trump means America folding in on itself, America first. Tough word. We know that the only method that works is multilateralism, and we will continue to defend it. But let us not be fooled. Donald Trump makes no secret of his trade aggressiveness and American interest. American businesses need our market. Will Trump be explaining to American businesses that they can no longer access European markets on the same conditions because there will be customs duties to enter the European market? Of course not. We must not be weak either. The second challenge is geopolitical, a sovereign Europe which is powerful and exercises influence. This is imperative and in everybody's interest, including the interest of the US. This is where our security and our unity resides. The territory of our member states in Greenland or elsewhere is not for sale. Let us safeguard our sovereignty. Finally, we face a democratic challenge. We have seen Elon Musk's X algorithm take power. I wanted to say something about freedom of expression, and I will be very clear. The topic is not Elon Musk's political opinions. The issue is that we cannot allow some groups to spew hatred on others. That reduces everybody to silence. Minorities and a very big majority of people who actually do respect others, what happens to their freedoms? Renew Europe demands that the Commission applies the sanctions that have been imposed on X. What is the point, Mr. Commissioner, of adopting laws in this Parliament if the Commission does not come through and apply them. Musk, Trump and their cronies have an ideological agenda in Europe. They want to undermine our democracies. This is a political and ideological fight that we must wage. Facing these challenges, the good news is that we are the majority who want to actually act, and we need to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker on behalf of the Greens is Mr. Lagodinsky. Minute and a half.
Congratulations, President Trump. You are our reality. Yesterday we saw it, we heard it, we listened carefully. We understand clearly that now is Europe's moment to shine. With Trump being president, we don't have a choice but mature into a united global power that is self-conscious, value-driven and cooperative. A union of democracies that take responsibility. Many Europeans understand it, but they question, can we make it? Yes, we can. We can stand for Ukraine forcefully and build our own defense with our American friends, and if necessary, also without. Yes, we can. We can serve as an example that trade is the answer to wars and cooperation is the only answer to nationalism. Yes, we can. We can be a safe home for all. A white male pensioner and a queer IT specialist and her wife and their children. In fact, we welcome those from Meta and X from US to European tech firms. Yes, we can. We can learn to disrupt and innovate, to be industry and AI applications that serve people, not oligarchs. And yes, we can become a driver for green technologies, because our answer is not drill, baby, drill. Our answer is shine, baby, shine over generations. It's not going to be an easy path towards Europe that is confident and capable, but we shall walk it together, and together we trust, because yes, we can, and now we must.
Grazie, onorevole. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Clausen, on behalf of the left, 1.5 minutes.
Hvad gør vi, når verdens mest...
Thank you. What do we do when the most powerful man in the world threatens an EU country with economic pressure because he wants to simply annex a country and its people? What do we do when that same man says he will not refuse to use military means? And what do we do when the leader of the most powerful country in the world seriously believes that an entire country and its people can be bought and sold? Look at the official Commission response and how ministers are responding. Really, this leaves a lot to be desired. Countries like France and Germany have been supportive, but the EU as a whole has been very quiet. There's been many threats from Trump on Greenland and Denmark, but we don't seem to want to send out a clear message. So my question to the Commission, do you believe that silence is the way forward? Is it not better to send out a signal of unity and defend the rights of Greenlanders to decide what their own future should be? Would that not be better? Wouldn't it be better for the EU to also show that there are agreements with Greenland so that we could strengthen the ability to freely choose their future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Stoyanov for the ESN. President, Commissioner, the world is changing, and this is a good time for Europe. It is a time when Europe is called upon to take its rightful place on the world stage. Trump has been re-elected President of the United States, and this gives us an opportunity to establish a sovereign partnership, a partnership which can be established on the basis of equality from peer to peer. The European Union is claiming that we are failing to respect ourselves. How can we exact respect from others if we fail to respect ourselves? Here in Europe, we face a brutal war on our doorstep. Our security interests may differ from those of the US, but we can nevertheless represent our security interests ourselves. If Trump wishes to have a strong partner in the European Union, he has a long way to seek because we don't have that on offer at the moment. We haven't found a diplomatic solution to the war, for example. We live in hope that somebody will propose a solution for us. We live in hope that the European Union will actually be able to grasp its future and define a future for itself, which enables it to engage with the Americans as equal. The European citizens and European industry and business indeed expect better.
Yesterday, the President declared his intention to put America first and to end its decline. Very good. That is why people vote for the President. They vote to end the crime and unsafety in the cities. I spent Christmas and New Year following through American states, 13 states I visited and 7,000 kilometers. All the people have moved out of cities ridden with the crime and drugs that are being imported through Mexico and through unstable borders. These are the facts that American citizens voted on, not on Trump personalities. Europe faces tectonic shifts ahead, and we must act decisively. As we anticipate President Trump's next moves in trade, we must simultaneously strengthen our trade partnerships worldwide and enhance our competitiveness. It is possible to make both Europe and America great, but only if we work together. We need to strengthen our diplomatic channels with the new administration while advocating for European producers and understanding the American business model. In the past, we failed to fully grasp the reality of the United States of America beyond Washington. Let's ensure we don't repeat that mistake in our engagement with the new administration. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Maniatis.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, since yesterday, a new era has dawned, and we're in uncharted waters. We are in an era of authoritarian capitalism and social media. The first statements by President Trump are quite telling. He withdrew from the Paris Agreement and the WHO. He pardoned those who tried to overthrow the result of the previous election. He's curtailing minority rights. He's changing the names of the Gulf of Mexico. He's making unbelievable statements about Greenland and Canada. So this is the new reality. We need to adapt, and we need to prepare ourselves for a time during which our traditional partnership with the U.S. will not be as stable as it used to be. There is it's not only about the new stance by the U.S. administration, but we have a different view in many matters. So we need to realize that we stand alone in the world chess game, and especially the European Council needs to do so. And until now, they've remained silent. We should not be frightened by this new perspective. We need to become more active based on international pluralism and multilateralism. We need to become more autonomous and proactive. It is time for Europe to take action separately in order to defend our geopolitical interests. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Mr. Tangier Correa.
Signora Presidente,
Madam President, Commissioner, yesterday a page was turned historically in the 21st century. Nothing will be the same after the election of Donald Trump. And I don't mean to say that that's better or worse, but it will be different. And this is a crucial point. In a world where We are approaching multipolarity rather than bilaterality. As Europe, well, we will be a key player in this multipolarity. We will need to be a complementary partner to the US and work with them. The culture is the same. We have the same civilizational foundations, the same principles, and we share the same values as the United States. We will not be able to stake our claim by fighting the US, collaborating with the US and the new administration, bringing new life to Europe and our countries. That is how we will move forward. Let's forget that idea of a shared army. We need to maintain our presence in NATO and our safety that way in the North Atlantic. Let us keep our cultural channels open as they have been in the past. They need to be beefed up in the future. This future can be bright if we want it to be, and it can and should be ours. And not just ours, but it belongs to our partners too. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Bilan.
President, a change in the US administration always marks a new chapter in transatlantic relations. This is a moment when Europe must act with clarity, pragmatism and determination to strengthen our transatlantic partnership and shape the next 4 years. EU-US relations have been the cornerstone of Western security and stability for decades. NATO has guaranteed us peace, and commercial ties with the US have driven prosperity. Both of these elements are the bedrock of our shared strength. This is why I must express my deep disappointment with Prime Minister Donald Tusk's decision not to organize the transatlantic summit that President Andrzej Duda had strongly advocated for. In the current situation, this is a grave mistake with potentially significant consequences. At a time when some EU governments still question how they should react to President Trump's electoral victory, I cannot stress enough that Europe cannot afford to remain passive. In parallel, the EU must also prepare to invest more in our own interests. We should pursue more robust defence coordination with the EU, within the EU without duplicating NATO structures, and work proactively with Washington to bolster deterrence on our eastern flank. This House must seize this change in the White House as an opportunity to deepen our dialogue with the Trump administration. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed, Vice President.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. The relations between Europeans and Americans go back 2 centuries, partnerships and solidarity, 2 centuries of privileged links. We've had highs and lows, which is the same for all forms of relationship. And the second mandate of Mr. Trump will be full of uncertainties, surprises, changes in mind, and we can also see confusion and changes in the balance of power. Now, I do not want to see a Europe that turns its back on its allies or a vassal state. We need to remain united and independent, and we need to show our ability to defend our strategic interests. We have strong economies, we have an integrated market with 450 million consumers. We need to move forward by putting what Mr. Draghi said in his report into practice, focusing on made in Europe, ensuring our energy independence and having low carbon economy, low carbon energy, thanks, for example, to nuclear energy. And finally, we need to take our fate into our own hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bay.
Chers collègues,
dear colleagues, in France, we talk about the rise of fascism as being the brown scourge, and this is unfortunately being inflicted on our democracies again. Justice, science, the free press, the media are all under attack, and these are the preconditions for the emergence of totalitarianism, as we've seen previously and as we're indeed witnessing now with the investiture of Trump. The first thing that you need to do if you are sick is recognize the reality and leave denial behind you. We need to protect, we need to identify the platforms that are distorting our reality, and we need to establish sustainable relationships with third countries. We need to focus on restructuring our economy in such a way that industry is prosperous and that this can deliver in turn for our citizens. Thank you.
If you want. Bay. Ok, prego onorevole Bay per un minuto.
Mr. Bay, for 1 minute.
30 secondi. Sorry, 30 seconds.
Merci, chers collègues. Vous avez...
Thank you, colleagues. Yesterday, you said that you would be leaving X. We resist in the ways that we can, and I see a number of comments in the face of Trump's election. He says he's going to defend American interests, America first. It's up to us to put Europe first, to put our foot down, to put an end to this Green Pact, which you supported, with all these taxes which kill our industries, our agriculture. We have to be able to defend our interests. Yes, the Americans are our partners, our friends, but they are also our competitors, our competition on the global stage. So we need to stop with these moral judgments. We need to look at reality as it is and realize that American is our competitor. They defend their interests. We need to defend ours.
Onorevole Sbai, per 30 secondi.
Ms. Bai, to reply. I have two things to say, Madam President. First of all, those who are attacking the Green Deal and economic regulation, who are attacking trade deals, are the self-same people who are seeking to influence our market and exploit it in order to maximize their profits. You, in the name of public freedom, are simply playing into the hands of the billionaire operators. Now, you talk about defending the European Buy Act, producing locally for local markets. I was talking precisely about that. I was talking about relocalizing our market.
Montero.
The next speaker is Ms. Montero. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisaria.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we have a dangerous delinquent who is now President of the US. Donald Trump is currently the greatest threat to democracy and human rights. And the thing is that Donald Trump and the super rich friends he has who are leading the international stage now are not mad. They are simply proponents of a neoliberal system which is destroying life on this planet. We have big corporations and multimillionaires who can live above the law and determine the fate of humanity. They feed the far right, which will lead us to fight one-on-one. We are being told that we can't pay our rents because of migrants. You cannot be surprised by this authoritarian and violent foreign policy that Trump is putting forward, because for years we have been subject to this foreign policy. It was aggressive even before Trump, and it was unilateral. If the US invades European territory, what international law will you rely on, commissioners? The same laws that you appeal to in Gaza? Madam Ursula von der Leyen and has spoken out. Giorgia Meloni represents Trump in Europe, and some have been very proud to put her at the center stage in Europe. We are at a dead end where Europe is subject to the US economic and military interests. Sooner or later, it will be the peoples of Europe who will have to rise up in the defense of humanity and human rights. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole Anderson.
Anderson.
Thank you. Donald Trump's inauguration speech, what a breath of fresh air, marked the beginning of a golden age. Donald Trump will restore inner security by closing the border and deporting all illegal immigrants. He called out the climate change as the hoax it is, and he will end this gigantic taxpayers' milking machine called the Green Deal. He will stop the overreach of the pharma lobby posing as WHO by withdrawing from it. In short, Donald Trump will undo all of the freedom, democracy and the rule of law undermining measures that you have been working so hard on imposing on the people. The EU has robbed the member states of their sovereignty, destroyed their economic power, devalued their currency, disenfranchised their citizens. All of this needs to stop. We need to go back to the foundation of democracy, rule of the people, for the people, by the people. And the beautiful sound of freedom ringing throughout the entire world yesterday should inspire us. Let's make Europe great again. And if the EU refuses, then guess what? We will just do it without you, but it will happen. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Madam, is there a blue card from Mrs. De Mirelli, if you accept? Okay. Please, for 30 seconds.
Dass Sie die Frage zulassen. Ich weiß, dass
Now, not sure whether you want allow the question. I know you don't put much value on facts, so I would like to ask you about feelings. Now, how does it feel for the AfD to be supported by Elon Musk and to receive funding from the extreme right in the United States? Now, secondly, talk about peace, but we have 5% military spending from Germany has been demanded by Mr. Trump. Now, what about standing up for sovereignty and peace? How do you want to sell that to citizens?
First of all, I reject the premise of your question, which you slandered me in such a term that is unbecoming of this House, dignity of this House, and is certainly unbecoming of you being a member of this Parliament. If you just stopped for a single second and looked what we have been doing in the past decades in our countries, like I said, disenfranchising people, censoring free speech. I mean, had there been free speech during the COVID madness, millions of lives would have been saved because people would have known that this mRNA injection was not helpful, not at all. It was dreadful, actually.
Is there another blue card for you? Onorevole. From Mr. Saramo, if you accept. Okay, for 30 seconds, Mr. Saramo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to know how much oil and gas does Germany have? Because you want to support Trump, who is fighting against Europe, who is threatening us with tariffs against German labor, against German products. Why are you supporting Trump that is threatening Greenland, part of Denmark? Why are you supporting Trump, who is definitely against us, against just normal European people and European democracy?
Number one, Donald Trump is not against us, the people. Donald Trump is against the globalitarian misanthropists. On the question, how much gas and oil Germany has, unfortunately, nothing. But when Donald Trump pointed that out at the UN, then that we were dependent upon Russian gas, the entire German government that was present laughed their butts off because he made such a ridiculous statement. Well, turns out he was right, wasn't he? We were dependent upon Russian gas. Yes, we are dependent on that, and I'm confident Donald Trump will be solving these issues. And by the way, the Russian gas was not shut off by the Russians, it was shut off by ourselves. Stupid us.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Lazarus.
Dear colleagues, Chair, I wanted to have a different beginning for this speech, but I was amazed that I was asked to take this sweater off because it had the flag of the United States. No, it's just a Ralph Lauren sweater. Maybe you have something against Ralph Lauren because he provided a dress for Melanie Trump. I wanted to tell you something else, actually. From what I understand from the Commission and the Council, there are concerns related to energy security and to the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine will be solved immediately by Trump. He said so, and we trust against him. So some of you will lose their jobs here in Brussels and Strasbourg. And energy security in the European Union should be energy security of each member state of the European Union. Well, in Romania, a country at the borders of the empire where I come from, after closing down the mines and after you have intervened with different NGOs showing us that we have to protect the environment, which blocked some water plants, we lost energy security. And because we are exporters, gas exporters, we are speaking about gas throughout Europe. And when they come back to us, our citizens have to pay very high prices. How should we have energy security in Romania and in the European Union if we act as we do? I think that Trump wouldn't do that in the United States, because the European Union is as the United States of America, several states. Let's treat them all equally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I kindly ask colleagues not to exhibit symbols which are banned by the rules during the course of the debate. Please take note of that, colleagues. Mr. McAllister.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as we have heard today during this debate, the United States is and remains our most important NATO ally and our biggest trading partner. This means, if we want or not, we need to proactively explore common interest with the new Trump administration, even when our priorities don't always align. And indeed, we witnessed yesterday that our positions differ on important issues, sadly. We need to prepare responses. The European Union should anticipate US foreign policy shifts and their potential challenges, preparing our responses more in advance. We need to rally partners. We are not alone here in Europe in our concerns about the next 4 years. We must rally our like-minded partners to minimize disruptions and adopt a coordinated approach. And finally, we need to deliver on key goals. If there is any time for us as European Union to act swiftly, it is now, and unity is key. Remaining transatlantic and becoming more European will be the way forward. Thank you very much.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole Benifei.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benifei.
Donald Trump si è nuovamente inserito.
Donald Trump is back in the White House and has announced a new golden era for the US. He is intent on taking revenge against anyone who has benefited at the expense of the US over recent years. In the wake of his inauguration, and we've seen all these tech bros, leaders of the world right and others gathered there, he has made some very worrying statements, worrying to our mind. The US president didn't even mention Europe. He didn't invite representatives of the EU to his inauguration. President von der Leyen has engaged with him to the extent that she said we need to be pragmatic in the way we respond. We need to defend our values and defend our principles. We need to negotiate in a clear-eyed way on energy, on tariffs, on economic security, and on security at a global level. We need to recognize that we are far apart in terms of regulation of digital space, but nevertheless, we need to maintain our principles, and we need to insist on respect for a constructive approach, which is what we adopt at all times here. The President of the Commission and the President of the Council need to be unequivocal, and I am sitting here in my capacity as Chairman of the US delegation. We will do everything we can to drive forward the European agenda on the basis of open-mindedness, openness to dialogue, but with the firm conviction that we stick to our own principles and the commitments we have made to our citizens, which are sacrosanct. Thank you. Mr. Buxade.
Pesadillas ayer.
Well, did you have any nightmares last night? Don't worry, everything will be okay. Trump won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote, and best results in all social groups. And Ms. von der Leyen is president of the Commission because she won the votes of all of the losers. And the victory of Donald Trump and his entrance to the White House is a victory for the people, focusing on peace over war, democracy before tyranny, and common sense instead of wokeism. you want to increase taxes and you want to censor opinions. Now, Trump yesterday said what many of us have been saying for a long time. We need to put an end to climate alarmism, and we need to have proper energy for the whole nation. And, there are only two sexes as well. And nobody has the right to enter your home without permission. And if they do so, they should be removed. Now, without security, there's no freedom, and without freedom, there's no prosperity. Europeans do not want to be laboratory animals for your experiments, and they don't want censorship either. For decades now, Brussels has been taking decisions against the people, open borders to illegal migrants, dependence on third countries for energy, and persecuting patriotic leaders. It's over. C'est fini. The future is for the patriots. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Tarsiu.
The next speaker is Mr. Tarsiu.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, what was unavoidable happened. The greatest democracy of the world has a president who has already started to demolish the ideology by the radical left in America and export it throughout the world with full force. A warrant of European security and main trade partner for the European Union, the US leave behind the progressive politics and reclaim their right to produce wealth for this generation with all technological means and all available resources. For the European Union, it is the time to make a historic choice. We can stop the destruction of traditional industries, the only system which has proven trustworthy, or we can become captive of a world liberated by the constraints of utopian ideology. For the radical left in this parliament, the choice between freedom and dependency is very difficult. Thank you.
Kære kolleger, grønlændere. Grønland har...
Thank you. Greenland is a country which has a very proud population, a people which aspires to the values we know well: freedom, democracy, welfare state, the rule of law. And the future of Greenland should remain predicated on these principles, which they need to determine themselves. Greenland is not for sale, and it cannot be sold. That is a complete delusion. The future of Greenland must be determined only and exclusively by the Greenlanders themselves. In our modern world, it is the right of a people to decide whether they want to be dependent on anybody else or not. This is a sacrosanct right which they have. Of course, we should continue to work together with the Americans on, for example, things such as critical natural resources. But it must nevertheless be clear that the EU and Denmark stand firmly behind Greenland and the Greenlanders, who must determine their own future.
Thank you, Mr. Sonville.
Now, if you have any doubt that whether there will be any consequences of the new US president, yesterday we were able to hear the truth. Now the US want to withdraw from international agreements, and they also want to withdraw from agreements to limit climate change. Denmark has a commonwealth with Greenland, and we should be very happy about that. But this is under threat through economic and military power if that commonwealth is not dismantled. It's been said that Denmark will agree to this at some point. This is a terrible rhetoric that we're hearing from Trump. It's awful. We would never accept that in Denmark or Greenland. It is right for the EU to react properly. Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and in a world of threats from authoritarian politicians and presidents, we will not accept these. Greenland should be part of our European community.
Mr. de Laval. The next speaker is Mr. de Laval. President, I personally have no inclination to support the US regime, which is simply endorsed by a group of super rich people who'd be described as oligarchs anywhere else. But we have got to guard against hypocrisy. What is the difference between Trump, who says clearly what he thinks, and those who preceded him, who feigned compliance with democratic norms on many occasions? We need to open our eyes, and we need to be aware of the fact that colonialism lies a long time back. Trump is talking about a future which is actually going to be reality before long in terms of migrants, LGBTI, Ukraine, and many other things. We have got to be realistic. We've got to look at reality as it is, and we have got to get away from the obsession with neoliberal economics and the policies of the past, because otherwise we're going to continue to lose the support of our citizens, and we're simply going to condemn ourselves to irrelevance for the next centuries.
Ulrich.
The next, Mr. Ulrich.
I believe that Donald Trump has... I believe there are many things to take inspiration from, renewed recognition of genders and stopping this gender ideology, for example, in sports events, making the fight against drugs stricter, stopping foreign aid until it's shown where it is headed, this foreign aid. And it also concerns Ukraine. And last but not least, restoration of freedom of thought and stopping the state censorship. In my view, all of these things are good. Of course, when it comes to enforcing this agenda, Mr. Trump will not have it easy, but if people in the United States have managed to do it before him, I believe that such a change will gradually also come here to the European Union. And to speak on my behalf, I cannot wait for a day when we'll have similar changes, announcing similar changes in the EU, together with colleagues here at the premises of the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mrs. Bekova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, do you know why the European voters are leaning towards radical parties? Because they feel that they are being betrayed. And we had betrayed them also in favor of an illusion that with the US we are in a win-win situation, which has not been the case for 10 years already. But we are responsible for our downfall, so to say, European passivity and servility, and also the newly introduced activity of the newly elected Commission and refusing to accept the reality, and also the flurry of legislative nonsense that we produce. EU has to respond pragmatically and very strictly. And as we see in, for example, the Slovak Prime Minister, Robert Fico, that's what the EU needs currently, sovereign and pragmatic solutions, not being blindly following any values which the partners are ultimately going to turn against us. And this has been proven by the victory of Trump. So congratulations to Trump, and I believe that he has opened our eyes finally to the reality.
Mr. Mureșan.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Dear colleagues, for many decades the United States
Thank you, Chair.
important partner, our most important political partner in defending the multilateral world order, our most important economic partner. Together we represent more than 30% of global trade. Our economies represent more than 40% of the global economy. The United States of America have been for many decades our most important partner in security and defense. Together we have launched NATO, which is by far the strongest military alliance in the history, and together we have defended human rights. Together together we have defended democracy, we have defended freedom of speech, freedom of press. Because of the importance of the partnership with the United States of America, let me say clearly, we will never turn our back on our American friends, of our American allies. Let us monitor closely what is happening in the United States of America. Let us be in dialogue with this administration. There are opinions reaching from very good to very bad. Let us monitor what happens. Let us see what decisions are being made. Be in dialogue with the new administration, defending the values that we stand for and trying to make sure that we will be stronger on security, on defense, and on the economy as a European Union, also through partnerships with the United States. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim. Urmează Christel Schaldemose.
Thank you. Christel Schaldemose has the floor.
I næsten en måned har præsident Trumps interesse i Grønland.
Thank you very much. In the last month or so, we have seen increased interest on the part of President Trump in Greenland and its future. This has been on everybody's lips, and the people of Greenland, through their ministers, have said that Greenland is not for sale, and they never will be for sale. This has been said quite unequivocally, and indeed it has been endorsed also by the Minister of State for Denmark, who has subscribed 100% to what's been said by the Danish ministers. Therefore, the situation is quite clear. What has to be decided regarding Denmark will be decided, regarding Greenland will be decided by the people of Greenland. Having said that, of course, we face a new reality in America, but the US is our strongest ally, and we need to keep that in mind. We need to aspire to stronger cooperation. Of course we do. But the situation has shown us quite clearly that Europe has got to be more self-aware and more sure of itself. We have got to stand up for ourselves, both in terms of the economy, the global economy, but also in terms of digital policy and the climate.
Thank you, Mr. Vistisen. Next.
Dear President Trump, listen very carefully. Greenland has been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years. It's an integrated part of our country. It is not for sale. Let me put it in words you might understand. Mr. Trump, fuck off. Når det er sagt, så må vi sige, at både danske og grønlandske politikere...
Now, after saying that, I must say in Danish, talking about Greenlandic politicians, because often they talk about unrealistic plans. Nobody can think that such a large territory could be defended by the Greenlandic people alone. And they have self-determination already. They can do something, but they don't do it. They have their sovereignty, they have their legal system, and they have healthcare system, yet they constantly talk about self-determination. It's not serious, quite frankly. This leads to unrest. And there's also rhetoric against Denmark, saying it's a colonial power. But this is not true. This is not in line with reality. Look at Denmark. If you look at Greenland, 1/3 of children are abused, there's corruption, and perhaps we should focus on this within the Commonwealth of Denmark.
It is not allowed in this House, and there will be consequences to the message you have used. It is not okay in this House of Democracy. Thank you. Regardless of what we think of Mr. Trump, it is not possible to use such language. Alexander Vondra.
Yes, thank you very much. So we must take the new administration, our key ally, seriously. The executive orders signed, the policy changes announced, they are not mere formalities. They mark the beginning of the new era. I raised these questions during the hearings, and I will raise it again because no clear answer has been provided. What is our plan B to the Green Deal? How does the Commission intend to ensure in the EU With the stagnating economy, collapsing industry, and insufficient defense policy, will not find isolated itself in this rapidly changing world. What measures will the Commission take to avoid the trade wars with the United States? Where is the Council plan to engage with Donald Trump? We are entering an era where the economic might and military power will dictate the terms of the global relevance. Soft power is not enough. Will we rise to the occasion, or we will fade into the irrelevance? This is the question of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Vondra. Urmează Dan Barna.
Mr. Dan Barna on behalf of Renew.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Chair.
Something going around across the pond, and the Uncle Sam caught a cold. Last night, we all witnessed a spectacle of isolationism and outright proclamations of miracles bound to happen. What we didn't hear was a true vision for the future, other than a flurry of sometimes barbaric executive orders and threats to rewrite geography, like is George Orwell's 1984. There was no mention of the European Union or transatlantic security. There were no logical thoughts about the world economy, not even about the American one. I've said it in the past, with or without Donald Trump in the White House, Europe needs to evolve and develop no matter the context. It's time to face reality. We will not abandon our partnership with the United States, but we will also not forget it's a wide world out there. We will collaborate with other states and regions because this is the time for Europe to lead the free world by example, diplomacy, and the power of our defining values. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. Mrs. Alice Kunas next.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, President. There's a great deal to be said and there's a great deal to mourn. But one thing is very certain. It is time for the EU to begin to lead globally for our climate, for democracy, for human rights, for LGBTQI people, for women, for investigative journalism, and for the rights of minorities. All of these things now are threatened by Trump's extreme right henchmen in the US, but they're also present here in the EU, the same right-wing extremists that our conservatives stand side by side with and allow to have influence over EU policy. We cannot afford your extramarital affairs with the extreme right. You have the power to determine whether the European Union should be the counterweight that the world needs. Please take that responsibility.
Mulțumesc, doamna Kunke. Urmează...
Thank you, Mrs. Kunke. Next is Mrs. Mazure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. The threats by Trump against Canada, Greenland, and more should surely waken us up big time to what his aspirations are. His imperialist aspirations are becoming ever clearer, not least in terms of climate change. We can see the Trumpist approaches, the wish to get Arctic mineral resources, to take over Canada and all the wealth and minerals that they have. He believes that he has credibility, but we have got to stand up and be counted. We have got to make our position clear, both in terms of the economy and defence, because the commercial war which the Americans are going to perpetrate against us will threaten many jobs in Europe in the guise of protectionism. The dark clouds are gathering. There is war in the offing between the major powers, and more we need a non-aligned Europe which is prepared to fight for international law and compliance therewith. Thank you.
I would like to just draw your attention to speak in a normal rhythm and not to try to hurry, because I get signals from the translators. Thank you. Markus Buchheit.
Danke, Herr Vorsitz. Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, here in this discussion, we remember, it reminds us of biblical quotations. I hear what the Commission is saying. Well, yes, Trudeau, Olaf Scholz and von der Leyen, their time is coming to an end. And we can see wokeism and gender ideology and climate alarmism have no future whatsoever. And the sun of freedom is shining from Argentina through to Austria and now to us. And there are many new narratives being created. People are saying that Donald Trump is part of an oligarchy in America. But really, you should open your eyes to political realism and say, yes, this is a big change that can move us towards proper democracy, proper freedom, and we can have hopefully see the sun shine here as well. Open yourselves to this, please.
Thank you. Sebastião Bugalho has the floor.
President, colleagues, perante uma administração.
Facing a US administration that only understands the language of force, Europe must stand firm. The path is clear. We need to strengthen ourselves. The more vigorous our economy with the capital markets union and banking union concluded, the greater our strength will be at the transatlantic table. The more solid our defence union, with our strategic compass being implemented and our security safeguarded, we will be stronger within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The firmer our democracies, with zero tolerance for foreign interference, be that digital or military, the more strength we will have in our negotiations seeking peace. The United States of America will always be at the negotiating table. The question is, what seat and what strength will this union have at that same table? The Transatlantic Union can be more transactional when it comes to the economy, military, but when it comes to international law and the respect for the results of elections, they cannot be bartered for this union. We must preserve this alliance, and we mustn't forget who is sat in front of us. But above all, we mustn't forget about ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lange, 1 minute and a half.
Herr Minister, lieber Maros, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Commissioner, Minister, colleagues, the cat is out of the bag, and now we have an American first trade policy over the water. The President has written to his ministers and is telling them what the shape of economic relations with other countries will be henceforth. There are many things which elicit great concern in our minds. We're concerned, for example, about potential tariffs, which have been mooted by Trump. There could potentially be tariffs on steel, which we've seen in the past. There could be tariffs elsewhere. Of course, the WTO should review the legality of all this. But again, we've been there before. There are many initiatives which would have huge impacts on our economy because our exports amount to a 200 billion trade surplus for us, and therefore we do need to take care to secure our economic interests. Looking at this paper, I can see implicit attacks against the principles of fair trade, but there's also paragraph 2G, which talks about the intention to negotiate. So the conclusion that I draw from reading this paper is that there is a two-pronged strategy. The dual approach is negotiation where possible to achieve some sort of stable relationship, imposing defense instruments where necessary to defend your legitimate economic position where under threat. This is the basis on which we need to proceed in the forthcoming weeks. Thank you.
Thank Mr. Schaller-Baros is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's leaders have isolated the European Union. We have a weakening EU economy. Just look at the Draghi report and what that says. The EU is not able to stand up for peace, to stop migration and even supports immigration, and is not giving prospects to European farmers. For around a decade now, in this House, all of the left-wing politicians have been vilifying the 45th and now 47th President of the United States. This is the case of the European Commission as well. Once again, American voters voted for Donald Trump in a democratic election. But you haven't learned anything. You don't want to reduce isolation. No, you want to ignore the will of the people and continue to attack our American friends. But it's time to wake up. Donald Trump is simply putting in practice what he promised. He wants to protect the country's borders. He wants to stop rampant illegal migration. He wants to curb woke ideology, which is poisoning society, and he once again wants to bolster the American economy. Let's not isolate ourselves from the new American administration. Let's work together. For them, America is first, but for us, it's our nation states through which Europe can be stronger as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Emmanuel Fracos is next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Americans and Europeans are saying, make America great again, rejecting the woke agenda and international policies. But this was not just about the United States, but it was a universal message, because Donald Trump fought against the elites and put forward the message that we should serve the interests of the people. And his struggle is our struggle. Europe needs leaders that put people first, that work in favor of our culture, and fight against bureaucrats. So we need to draw inspiration from Trump's vision and build a Europe that will be strong and sovereign. It's time for Europe to welcome the time when the voices of nations will be heard loud and clear. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Billy Kelleher has the floor right now.
The Trump presidency will be disruptive and will be unpredictable in the areas of tax, trade and security. So we need to accept that and deal with it. We need to maintain dialogue. There is no point in us being ideologically opposed to the fact that the American people have elected Donald Trump as their president, both on the left and the right. We need to temper our language to ensure that Europe continues to dialogue with its most important strategic partner. European companies provide huge employment opportunities right across Europe, and we have to ensure that we maintain and protect that, so the areas of tax and trade are of significant importance. American troops died on this continent twice over the last 110 years to save ourselves from ourselves, so it is critically important from a security perspective as well. And sometimes on the right I hear people championing Trump. But equally, I'd like them to stand in front of their own citizens and say that in the event of Trump withdrawing from NATO, either directly or funding, taxes in their countries will go up, the threat to their countries will increase. So very clearly, those that do trumpet Trump should also be very conscious of the potential consequences of President Trump if he does renege on his security commitments to date in the areas of NATO, funding directly and also military support.
Thank you. Mr. Marino is next.
Thank you, President. Trump began his mandate reaffirming many of the points he'd made during the election campaign. But he is now, of course, putting them into practice, and they're a threat to our very values to underpin our union. He didn't invite the President of the Commission to the inauguration, for example, which is simply an underlining of how marginal he thinks Europe is on the global stage. He wants to bring an immediate end to the Ukraine war, but in dialogue with Putin, excluding Europe. He's signed executive orders to release from prison all those insurrectionists who ransacked the capital. And he has said that there can only be two genders in America, and henceforth LGBTI people's rights in society as a whole are under threat. He is rolling back provisions on health, and one might hope that the court might be able to impose some constraints on this, but the reality is there for us all to see in plain sight. Democratic values and principles are under major threat, and if we don't act now, then we will simply accept years of irrelevance and we will be leaving others to write our history and define who we are. Thank you.
Mr.
Saramo has the floor.
Last year was again the hottest on record. Drought, floods and storms killed people both in the US and EU, not to mention poor countries. A true leader would do his best for his own people, nature and humanity. Trump does the opposite. He withdraws from the Paris Climate Agreement. He adds drilling and exports for gas and oil. He threatens to impose tariffs on EU products. He demands that we buy weapons from the US for hundreds of billions, even though the majority of our defense spending already goes to the US. The techno-oligarchs who fund Trump demand that we accept brainwashing on their platforms. The extreme right in this parliament is destroying Europe from within to support Trump, Musk and Putin. We must not surrender. We have to become independent. Let's move away from dirty fuels. Let's stop supporting the US arms industry and let's take care from our own economy, human rights and democracy.
Kiitos. Urmează.
Next, Soido Alvarez Juan Ignacio.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Donald Trump placed Spain in the group of allies with China and Russia, i.e. one of Washington's rivals. His conclusion might be reasonable if we bear in mind that Sanchez tried to negotiate with China fruitlessly. He has undermined NATO efforts to invest more in defense. The consequence of our international alignment, according to Trump, will be 100% tariffs for Spanish products, which is a true economic disaster. The European Union is trying to avoid this by negotiating with Trump. Unlike Sanchez, who preferred to insult the president of the US, his recklessness will have disastrous consequences for our businesses, our workers, and we will see this soon. The Spanish government must reflect urgently and put aside its ideology and focus on the interests of all Spanish people.
Thank you. Mrs. Aurora Luc is next.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the Trump system is an extortionist system, more extortionist than transactional. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, and all that without any guarantee that you'll have any security or defence. We, faced with that in Europe, cannot move to suspicion and despising this system. We need to have a strategy. We need to look at the balance of power. Now, on the strategy, we have to have our own industrial independence. Let's stop drafting poetry because we're going to end up losing. We need to have a European industrial policy with quite clear goals, with a clear timetable according to sections of time that and time horizons we're going to cope with. We need to look at clean tech and chemistry, for example. On the balance of power, the Commission has been very slow in reacting to Elon Musk, and that's unacceptable. We cannot see that happen again. This administration is going to move very quickly. It's going to hit hard. It's not going to know any limits. We know the illiberal government that is now proposing taking 50% of TikTok. But we have to deal with this. We need to deal with it quickly, and we need to conclude with actions or even sanctions. Let's not be scared. Let us use this single market as an arm in our arsenal to help the balance of power. Thinking about the balance of power, let's not be scared. We can't just pursue politics as per usual. The world is changing. We have to act to protect Europeans rather than protecting a world which, unfortunately, doesn't exist anymore. Thank you.
Urmează domnul Hirauta Vidal.
Mr. Hirauta Vidal.
Trump inaugura su segundo.
We're seeing Trump entering a second mandate now with the global left saying it's the end of the world. But I don't think those
doom and gloom mongers are really credible now because he took a fairly hands-off approach to foreign policy in his previous mandate, and everyone got through it. Trump has said that he'll continue with a peace and non-interference based policy. And that's a paradigm shift globally. Trump has already achieved this. He achieved it actually before taking office, a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're now seeing an openness to peace negotiations for Ukraine too. And all of this exposes the left, because they've been putting forward these different arguments, but now we have to decide which direction we want to go in. Are we going to throw away everything that we've had with our previous ally on the other side of the Atlantic and just engage in a sort of self-flagellation, saying how terrible the world is as China and the US go forward? They're major powers, and we need to put the EU on that stage too. Unfortunately, we've been following policies that have made us less competitive and just dragged us downward.
Mr.
Coles.
Dear colleagues, the new Trump administration signals a shift in transatlantic relations, but let's be clear, neither Europe nor US can do it alone and expect to retain global strength. If we want to remain relevant, US cannot do it alone and expect to retain global strength. If we want to remain really relevant, we must stand united. Europe needs to finally become, and I mean literally, a strong, loyal and trustworthy ally. We cannot afford internal divisions while our adversaries inflict the death by thousands cuts through disinformation, coercion, hybrid and open hostilities. They thrive on our hesitation and disunity. A strong transatlantic partnership depends not just on the US, but also on Europe stepping up. We must first invest in defense capabilities that deter, not just respond. Second, tackle economic vulnerabilities that adversaries exploit. And last but not least, speak with one voice on strategic threats like Russia and China. It's about our credibility. We must step up and meet the US as equals, because divided we fall.
Urmează Hilde Woutmans.
Ms. Woutmans.
Beste collega's, het gaat... Honourable members, for days and weeks we have discussed Trump. Yesterday, Trump, however, said not a single word about Europe, and that was significant. We know his plans. He looks to protect the US economy, and that will hit our companies hard. And what about European NATO allies? He plans to abandon them. Third point, he will negotiate deals with as many autocrats as possible, starting with Putin, maybe China too, against Europe, undermining Europe's interests. What is our strategy? Well, let me tell you what we need to do. We need to strengthen all our alliances with Democrats. An alliance against bullies. We need a European defence policy together with NATO, if possible, against Trump if need be. We need to be consistent and give our policies teeth. Honourable members, Trump shows real passion for America. We need to show the same passion for Europe. Thank you.
Urmează Anna Cavazzini.
Now Anna Cavazzini.
Ja, liebe Kollegen.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our answer to Trump's attacks on democracy and the free world order, make America great again, they have to be Europe united. A strong, unified Europe, Europe united. But it can't just be empty words. So what does that actually mean? Well, I think we need more political commitment, for example, from a German Chancellor, and a preparedness to stump up more finances for the EU to make it more competitive and able to act. Also, we should give no quarter on big tech, because here Trump, together with his mates, Musk and Zuckerberg, will not give any quarter on their side. The Digital Services Act gives us tools. We should use those so that democracy, freedom of opinion, and elections can remain free. Our European rules cannot be some sort of negotiating fodder for a deal between climate laws or other aspects. And just one comment to our EPP colleagues. I think the EPP need to be extremely cautious with their calls for opening legislation, because otherwise you might be paving the way for Trump. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Urmează domnul Nicolas Farantouris.
Mr. Nicolas Farantouris.
From the room.
President, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner Šefčovič, I'm going to talk about the financial dimension of this new relationship between ourselves and the US, because I feel that that's the most important part. The global trade architecture, as it was set out post-World War II, is now changing, but it's not starting to change now. It's been changing since the Obama government, because since that time, I believe that the US government started withdrawing their interest from the WTO and started discussing things at a regional level. So the European answer needs to be more regional conversations and more agreements. And of course, the external relationship with the European Union should be directly connected to our trade relations, now and without any further delay.
Mr. Alton.
Dear President, Commissioner, many of us watched yesterday's commencement speech with keen interest. President Trump's primary focus was evident, as much as it is domestic. His policies have brought external ramifications from tariffs to Paris Treaty. He will significantly increase US defense spending and promote US exceptionalism without hesitance. He promised American revival and primacy. His method echoes previous US presidents. If you have a big enough stick, you will be heard even when you speak softly. Unfortunately, Europe lacks such power. Our defense spending still lacks and is insufficiently used. Aid for Ukraine has to continue even when US withdraws from it for the next 3 months, if necessary, alone. Without that strength, our voices go unheard, no matter how loudly we yell. The rest of the world only yawns. Now we need to alter our approach radically. Our policies need to prioritize European geostrategic interests.
Urmează Mohamed Shaheen.
Mohamed Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. We don't correct for the speed limit of the speed differences in languages. Maybe we should, but I will speak Dutch. America
is more than Trump, whether you believe it or not. When in the past he left the Paris Agreement, some companies decided to press ahead regardless. We have a strong relationship with the US and we must continue to maintain that relationship. We need to look at Europe's interests, not just the interests of Trump's and his tech associates. We know that our companies continue to do business with the US. We should fight for that. We know that there is talk of tariffs that would lead to an increase in inflation. We need to try to defend ourselves, be less reliant. Trump's policy is America first, but that should not mean that the rest of us suffer.
Dank u wel, collega. Urmează Gerolf Annemans.
Gerolf Annemans, next.
Voorzitter, ik zou wensen
President, I would like to think that all of the panicking left liberal, globalist and multilateralist colleagues could be put at ease. Because with Trump's investiture, there's not going to be an end to democracy. On the contrary, it's going to be a celebration, even a festival of democracy. But where there is a problem is the reputation of the European Union in today's Washington. My understanding is that the EU is viewed by those in power in the US as a centralized, led, planned economy with far too many rules, far too much rigidity, too little margin for deal-making and negotiating. And then on top of everything else, there's a huge compulsive leftist tendency to restrict the freedom of expression. Today's European Union is at odds with the new era that began yesterday on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, a new era in which the multilateral EU will largely constitute a handicap for the high-performing member states in Europe. We patriots in Europe want to join this new era, a new patriotic time, when we hope in Europe, member state by member state, election by election, that new time will also arrive. Yesterday is a day of hope.
Urmează Aurelius Veriga.
Aurelius Veriga.
Dear colleagues, long-standing self-deception that we will regulate size of chicken cages and America will take care of our security is over. During his first term, Trump clearly stated that other NATO members must also invest in their defense. Then he was criticized. Now we have painfully realized that we do not have the resources even to help Ukraine to win a war. And if even the war in Ukraine did not make some countries think about investing in defense, maybe Trump will. Like a Trump in the EU, we see that the ideology-based green policy harmed the competitiveness of EU industry, and CO2 emissions in the world even increased. Perhaps now we will understand that at a time when floods and fires are already happening, we need to stop living in fantasies and start caring about adaptation and survival. I hope we will also return to common sense when we talk about the end of the gender ideology and cancel culture. As Europe freezes in demographic winter, waking up to biological reality and ending the brainwashing of our children could be a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează din partea Renew, doamna Marie-Pierre Vedren.
Marie-Pierre Vedren is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. Yesterday, the US saw Donald Trump take office. It appeared to be a historical accident 8 years ago, but now we can see that the will of a people is changing the world with this hegemony and this worldview. We need to look at the idea that submission offers protection. Waiting is the best defense. We're not going to get anything on a plate from Trump. In political, financial, commercial, diplomatic terms, we're going to see a strong policy from Trump. We will need courage and determination to defend our ambitions and interests. In trade, territorial issues, we need one voice for the EU. An aggressive US administration will give us no choice. The time has definitively come for us to decide what our ambitions are, our voices are, our methods are. We need to step forth for a European project with total mobilization and efficacy.
Domnul Damian Böselager.
Damian Böselager.
I'm always amazed by the far right of this House. There was a mentioning of the new sun of democracy rising across the ocean, and I was wondering that maybe some of the colleagues got a bit too much sun already when I look at what they're saying. They're saying it's amazing that we have this expansionist person now there, but then I hear a Danish far-right guy saying, yeah, but maybe don't take Greenland, you know, that's not so good. So when it goes against your own interest, then suddenly you realize that maybe if there's an expansionist on the other side, it's not so good to be a patriot and in favor of that. There are three main implications of Trump taking power. The first one is about economy, the second one is about security, and the third one is about democracy. When it comes to economy, we need to work closer together. We need to go into free trade agreements, to diversify trade. We need to really unleash innovation in Europe and build the interior market. When it comes to security, we need to understand that 17 different tank systems for the same category in Europe doesn't make sense. We need to be able to support Ukraine and defend ourselves. And when it comes to democracy, I can only ask all citizens of the European Union to get active in politics now, because we really need you in the center and not in these false patriotic parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Rudy Kennes.
Mr. Rudy Kennes. President, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump once said that tariffs was the most beautiful word in the dictionary. And I assume he's going to continue this policy with tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China. He says that it's making America stronger, but let's be honest, it's just an attack on working people around the world, because who's paying the cost here? Not the billionaires in his cabinet, but the usual man on the street, the woman on the street, with higher prices and less security. There's an aggressive attack from Trump, and he's trying to drag the rest of the world into his Cold War. It's not going to affect goods from Canada and China, but also from Europe as well. The whole future, I think, is at stake. It's not economic protection. These are the last gasps of a system that is collapsing, capitalism. But the future's in our hands, luckily. We have a civilized world. We want to have fair trade. We want to have a socialist perspective. So let's not follow Trump, not give in to his blackmail. Let us stand resolute and say, no way, we won't pay.
Dank u wel. Urmează Francisco
José Milan Mons, the next speaker.
The US is a key player in the US global order and a key EU ally. We have a strong trade relationship, equally strong relationship on security and defence. That is vital. We must preserve that at a time of growing conflict and war in Ukraine. The European Union needs to nurture a strong relationship with the US administration, regardless of its political hue. We need a good trade and energy relationship. A trade war will not be in the interests of anyone, either side of the Atlantic. There is more that unites us than divides us from the US. We need a constructive approach. We should not allow ourselves in Europe to be divided. We need to stand united, defend our interests and principles in this new era. Thank you.
Gracias. Urmează domnul Agius.
Mr. Agius Saliba.
Today marks the first day of Trump's second presidency. While he promises a golden age for the United States, he plans on doing so by putting America first, above everything, including his European allies and our rights. His zero-sum reasoning about deals is about eating or being eaten. He prioritizes the show of force above cooperation across the Atlantic. The Commission needs to be prepared for this and to demonstrate the EU's economic strength as the largest economic market in the world. Even the US big tech companies and their billionaire owners need access to our market to make money. But this cannot be done at the cost of our citizens and the integrity of our democracy. We cannot squander the EU's reputation as a global force and a frontrunner in regulating tech. The rules of the DSA and other measures are not bargaining chips, nor are the investigations into X, Meta, Apple, or other tech giants. The Commission needs to show strength and to resist the mounting pressure to give in to the interest of the tech oligarchs. We either fight or we fold. And as socialists and democrats, we have made our choice. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Urmează domnul Pierre Romain Tionnet.
Now Pierre Romain Tionnet.
Sommes-nous prêts à parler le langage?
Are we ready to speak the language of force? Are we willing to go for the grammar of power rather than diplomacy? These are the questions the new US administration is putting to us, because Trump is going to put global pressure on us. America is going to move away from multilateralism and overturn the liberal order which has prevailed up until now. So the EU will have to look at the world as it is, the world as it never should have been, according to Europe. There will be a shock of identity and representation. But some Europeans are just sort of frozen in place, in denial. Over 2,000 years ago, Thucydides referred to the inhabitants of Melos not accepting their invasion. They were eventually vanquished, but they defended a certain idea of freedom. And now we're seeing way more than the modest citizens of Melos being at the stake. Stefan Sejourné, Ursula von der Leyen, Christine Lagarde, the apostles of federal Europe, are already laying themselves down prostrate before Trump. We need more for defence, energy and for trade. We cannot just give in. So let us use this historical opportunity to turn the page on history and show that we're not just client states with a central metropole. Let us return to the truths of Greece and the free cities united amongst themselves before our division leads to our annihilation by an outside party.
Christopher Storm.
Thank you. I'm quite convinced it doesn't really matter who's the president in the US. If you look at how important they are as a partner for Europe, whether it's a Republican or Democratic president, the US will still be our absolutely most important partner when we talk about trade and security. So it's our task in Europe to always be able to cooperate with the reigning president and the institutions they are. When Trump was president the last time, he pushed to make sure that we fulfilled the criteria to be part of the NATO alliance. Now he's back in the Oval Office and he wants to promote growth in the American economy. So we will have to follow suit in Europe. We need to look at how we control or direct the economy in our part of the world. That requires deregulation. If we don't follow suit when the Americans move, we will lose out here in Europe. Thank you.
Urmează doamna Karin Karlsbro.
Ms. Karin Karlsbro.
President, Council, Commission, colleagues. The United States has a new president. Exactly what that means for us remains an open question. The strong link across the Atlantic is as important today as it was the day before yesterday. But President Trump is putting our relationship at risk. Today, Europe must stand united behind our commitments to the climate as the US once again withdraws from the Paris Agreement. Today, Europe must stand with Ukraine as the US falters. This is the best investment we can make for our common security. Regardless of what President Trump does, we will fight for free trade, for growing economies. Donald Trump is the president, the new president of America, not the world. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Urmează domnul Thomas Weitz.
Thomas Weitz is next.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Yesterday made it clear that when it comes to security and trade, we cannot rely on the US as a partner and friend. The US will adopt politics for the super wealthy. Trump and Musk will look to enrich themselves further. Trump will reach out to autocrats, Xi Jinping and Putin. Their shared interest will be to undermine, weaken the EU and divide the EU, get rid of independent judiciary. They support the far right, the populist right, Orban, Meloni, and the Austrian mini-Trump, Herbert Kickl. The European People's Party is also helping the far right to gain power. That runs counter to the EU's principles and democratic policy. Mull over your course of action. Rejoin European democracy. Don't help these people. It will damage the EU, hurt our citizens and undermine our values. Please, a U-turn.
There is a blue card from Mr. Smith from EPP. Do you accept?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask Mr. Weitz whether he distances himself from the extreme utterances made this morning and allegations about Musk being a Nazi and using a Nazi salute, because that's not helping the US-EU alliance either, and that does not help to bring down the tone of the voice and of the tone of the debate. So how does Mr. Weitz see this? Because he's making new allegations against many oligarchs, against political groups, but shouldn't we try to avoid such extreme allegations, which are also fake news, in fact? The ADL just this morning refuted these claims.
I don't know what Mr. Musk meant with his move, but to me as an Austrian, it looked like a Hitler salute. And to many citizens, it looked like a Hitler salute. I don't know what he meant with it, and I cannot judge this. But what I see is that terms that were used in Nazi Germany and Nazi Austria are getting normalized. Our candidate for the extreme right is calling himself Volkskanzler. That's how Adolf Hitler was naming himself before he called himself a Führer. So a certain normalization of terms that we know from this time is unfortunately something I am watching. And I really seriously think that the pro-democratic parties should stick together beyond different opinions, beyond different political affiliations, but to the core of European unity, of European togetherness, and for our democratic principles. Thank you.
Mr. Weitz, if you'll accept another blue card from Mr. Baros Schaller, de la Patriots for Europe. Acceptați? Acceptați?
Gerne fragen, wann haben Sie vergessen, was Demokratie bedeutet?
Have you forgotten what democracy means? Donald Trump won democratic elections in the US. Mr. Kickle won democratic elections in Austria. Hopefully, we'll see a strong Austrian government. You're not a Democrat. You are insulting voters and democracy, democratic elections. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't believe you heard what I said. I talked about how dangerous it is to give them power, how that endangers our democracy. Look at Hungary, how media freedom is restricted, freedom of opinion, independent judiciary. Look at the education system, hospitals, the economy, on its knees. That is where we're heading if Orban and his friends gain power. I don't want that.
Thank you very much. Please don't forget that blue cards are intended to put questions rather than give personal comments. Mr. Barena Arsa.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'd like to join these words of concern at this autocratic, conservative turn that the US has taken now. For ordinary people in Europe and for European values, this is worrying. It's not so much about who's in the White House. It can have important consequences, but both on the Republican and Democrat side, this idea that the US should be paramount, the US should run the world and do whatever it likes around the world and have a military presence defending interests which are not European interests, at least, is still the same tune. So we've got a regional power with global ambitions. That's the issue, and that applies to politics worldwide, and it has an impact on the EU too. So there's a huge contradiction here. You say, we want strategic autonomy for the EU, but we're going to be in NATO. We're going to be in an alliance which is basically US foreign policy led. That's not ours, and it cannot be ours, our vision, our foreign policy, because we don't have any impact on that global order in that way. We need to think about European sovereignty and our geopolitical position as something rather more than simply bending the knee to US foreign policy and colonialism.
Mr. Steer.
Vice President, the second Trump term wants to finish the deglobalization process, which commenced during the first term of Donald Trump and which continued throughout the Biden administration. This means that the EU has to adapt to new circumstances. Of course, we will keep the alliance with the US within NATO, but we must develop our own military capacities. Secondly, we must adapt our commercial and energy policy to new foreign policy circumstances. Without the US, we cannot save the objectives under the Paris Agreement, but Europe has and must save its economy. Secondly, Europe must not miss the opportunity for bilateral agreements as the ones with Mexico and Mercosur, which must be ratified in the shortest time possible. Instead of blaming Trump for all our problems, we must do what we can and things that are good and important for Europe. Thank you.
Urmează doamna Hanna.
Thank you. Ms. Yalul Muro.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Donald Trump's investiture marks a turning point in international instability. We will see extreme migratory policies and an impact on global security. We will see strategies that interfere in European politics, for example. We should use the tools available to us to strengthen our strategic autonomy within the European Union. We need to diversify our trade relations and nurture our ties with other democratic allies. We need to protect our interests, and we need to stand united, have a clear vision in our approach to the US. We need to stand united within the European Union. Thank you.
Și urmează doamna Isabella Tovalieri.
Thank you, Ms. Tovalieri.
Fine dell'ambientalismo estremo.
An end to extreme environmentalism, send back illegal immigrants and stop funding e-vehicles, defend your borders, do away with woke ideology, peace in Ukraine and the Middle East. These are the key phrases that Trump was using yesterday. This is common sense. Any European would like to hear these words on this side of the Atlantic too. But what is the EU doing? The exact opposite. Still talking about the Green Deal, doing away with cars. Who cares about the jobs? An immigration plan that won't even get rid of immigrants who've committed crimes. Continuing support for a woke ideology which is increasingly crazy and divorced from reality. Commissioners and bureaucrats should listen to what President Trump has said, because this is a change. This wind of change is a strong one, and you won't be able to stop it. We should also learn a lesson from Trump and make Europe great again.
Tovalieri, do you accept a blue card from Mr. Gonsalves? No. Sorry. Eriksson Dick.
The American people have elected to take a new political path. We're going to see positive consequences for us in Europe as well. Europe finally is going to be forced to strengthen its competitiveness. The green utopia is going to have to be reviewed. We are looking forward to an important sobering up. Mr. Trump is going to get rid of the dead wood. He's going to make sure that the administration works better. He's going to look further over the borders. We need to see this in Europe, a less amount of woke and gender confusion. Let us introduce an era of common sense together with the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotrim de Figueiredo.
Thank you, President, Commissioner Šefčovič, President of Council. We need to wake up in the EU. For decades, we've had alarm signals. The Draghi letter reports, what we're hearing now from Trump is also a wake-up call. It's not about values, what Trump is saying. It's about a power grab. We need to stand up for our own interests, the economy and defence. The question is how. We need a strategic focus. We cannot waste any more time that only plays into the hands of the far left and far right. We need to take risks. We can't keep everyone happy all of the time, but we don't have any more time to waste. We need to wake up, be autonomous in terms of defence. We need to move further with single markets and to defend free trade. We need to simplify, simplify, simplify in terms of the way in which the single market works, and Commission, Council, Parliament can work together in times of crisis. Trump is the biggest crisis of all. So let us all move together for freedom. Europe needs to wake up, and wake up now.
There is a blue card. Mr. Cotrim, there's a blue card from... Yes. You accept, yes. Go ahead, Mr. Oliveira.
Thank you, President. Mr. Cotrim de Figueiredo, you were saying that the EU needs to distance itself from the Trump administration, and your question was how exactly we can do it. A priority would be to raise wages and deal with the poorest in society. We also need to ensure that we're supporting production sectors that are vital to the national economies. How do you distance yourself from Trump if you're actually going for militarism? Military solution. No, we need investment in public services, accessible housing. If you don't do that, then it's just a rhetorical distancing from Trump. It's not actually a political distancing from Trump, and you're still in exactly the same pocket of political and economic interest. Mr. Oliveira, I think there are two things which undermine your argument here. Firstly, you didn't really listen to what I said. And secondly, it's not about being distant from the US, it's about being autonomous. For a long time, we haven't been sufficiently autonomous in terms of our defence and our economy. And if you look at the bigger picture of what is happening around the world, you need to look at what the US is doing, but you also need to look at what what autocrats are doing around the world and stand up for what we should do as Europeans. And that in itself is no contradiction.
Thank you. Ms. Lexman.
Ďakujem za slovo, pán komisár.
Thank you. Commissioner, in the current complex global backdrop, Donald Trump's inauguration gives us a fresh opportunity to pursue principled solutions, protect our economic and security interests. The US is our closest ally. It is down to us to ensure that that continues to be the case. We have long neglected the transatlantic relationship, even though reality has shown us for quite some time how important it is to disengage from unreliable third countries such as China or Russia. Instead of looking for differences and criticizing the US, we need to face facts and realize who our real democratic partners are. The transatlantic relationship must be nurtured as a pillar to defend democracy, collective security, freedom of speech, conscience, and religion. I firmly believe that despite some of President Trump's statements, we can find common ground on issues such as security.
Stefan Bonaccini.
The speech that Mr. Trump gave at his investiture confirms what we feared about what he said he would do about NATO, about having customs duties on the rest of the world, pushing the rest of the world to the edge of crisis. The United States has always been a strategic partner. We should carry on to act without any feeling of inferiority and should look at reciprocal measures. We should have issues that are supported in terms of mutual trade. If we're attacked on trade, we should defend ourselves. We need to make sure that faced with the wake-up call of Trump, we need to have an increase in quality in the way we do things. It's only by standing shoulder to shoulder in Europe in social economic terms and on common defence and rapidity of decision-making, including looking at how vetoes can be used, that's the only way we can meet President Trump.
Thank you. Mr. Nikolic. Did you listen to Donald Trump? He said, we will reduce your taxes, end inflation, raise salaries, end illegal immigration. There will be tariffs. This was a pragmatic, enthusiastic show of support for national preference. He has won over even opponents such as Zuckerberg. He will make an impact on people's lives. The US looks forward to a new golden age. We're struggling to survive. The European Union needs to focus on decimated purchasing power. There's no real vision for Europe. No light at the end of the tunnel. No reindustrialization. The European Union is favouring the Green Deal and is going for censorship through the DSA, no IRA. We've not seen jobs created. You have suicidal policies. Is the US really back? Well, one thing we can be sure about is that we are experiencing a European nightmare and we need to wake up. Thank you, Mr. Ozdoba.
Będę mówić po polsku, I speak Polish. Aby mieć dobre relacje, należy przede wszystkim się szanować.
In order to have a good relationship, you need mutual respect. How can you describe a situation where the main politicians on the European side are attacking Donald Trump? The two Donalds don't seem to be seeing eye to eye in terms of the right way forward. The former EPP president is unhappy that democracy appears to have had its say. If the US is one boat and the EU is another, we've got a strong captain in the US, we've got Trump who wants to move forward, new industry and so on, but what about the European vessel? Who's the actual captain? Everybody's looking in different directions, haven't got a direction at all, thanks to the EPP. And we also need to look at the way in which the European Parliament relates to the US. If within a given group you can see people like Michał Szczerba saying that Trump should be in the bin, that's not good for a relationship either, is it? Mr. Szczerba should be expelled from that group.
Ms. Strack-Zimmerman.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Trump is back, and the one thing you can rely on is that he sticks to his guns, his America First program. He is going to push us for 48 months, and we shouldn't sweat the big stuff here. We should see it as an opportunity to focus on our European strengths. And that starts with assuming responsibility for our own security. In financial terms and resource terms, we need to prepare ourselves. This is an opportunity. We are a fantastic continent. We are responsible for 450 million people, and hence we need more economic dynamics. We need to sort out migration. We need to have pragmatic environmental policies, implement those. Yes, we need to look at authoritarian and autocratic regimes, and we need to stand up to them. We need to continue to work with the US in a pragmatic fashion, but let us not talk ourselves down, because if you talk yourself down, you will be down. It's high time, ladies and gentlemen, to show our strengths. It is high time that we do this together. It's high time we see this as an obligation.
One. 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 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.